on the 5th, you threw a meal or something. So we labeled you disruptive.
Ma'am, it looks like we're still waiting for the prosecutor and the attorneys to start showing up, but as soon as they do, we'll get you called so we can get you back where you need to be, okay?
Is my family present?
Are you not know?
I'm talking.
There's no one else in the courtroom, and there's no extra people logged onto the proceedings, but we're streaming, so they might be watching on YouTube.
Am I allowed to talk?
Not yet. Yeah, Lincoln Park, you have Judge Zelman. Come here, Dana. You got Judge Zelman. I just mentioned what these. Let us do our job. Sometimes it's a question. It may not be towards you, interrupt the judge and everything. Us, you, so. We always address the judge first, ask them what they want, but no extra. You guys are hoping for outside of being breakout room return. Hmm.
Good morning, Mr. Hadley.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sorry, I'm having a little computer issue.
You're okay. Good morning, Heather.
Good morning, Judge.
How are you, ma'am?
I am fine. How are you?
I'm super.
Patrick, I thought you were hanging up. I think he works for Culpepper's office because he's calling Mr. Hunt to teach Mr. Hunt how to use Zoom.
Oh, boy.
I told him that was appreciative if he did that.
I'd be ever so grateful.
Yes.
Oh, Mary Ann, there was something. Uh,
Yes, ma'am.
There was, at 9 o'clock, there's a 071010 Malazzo.
Yes.
It's a set aside conviction. I don't have the file. I meant to say something to you on Monday about it. If you could call downstairs, it should be one of those red files and I just don't have it.
Yep, you bet.
Thank you, ma'am. Why is there so much activity on this file? Good morning, Miss Vivian.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I didn't get to test my audio. Okay.
You're good. I haven't seen Mr. Sanchez as of yet.
Okay, yeah, that's who I'm here for.
I
This-
see you, and as soon as he and his attorney are here, we'll get you connected.
Okay, sounds good. I'll stand by.
Thank you. Mary Ann,
Yes.
those papers you just gave me came from where?
Mackenzie.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Dudley Martinez, I see you downstairs in the Zoom room, but none of the defense attorneys have arrived as of yet. When your attorney checks in, we'll get you connected with them, okay?
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning, Mr. Bolahanis.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
I am wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing great. Another day in paradise.
Is is Mr. Young with you or is he joining separately?
He's going to be joining us separately, Your Honor. I did log in a little bit early. He's going to be logging in early as well.
Thank you.
But if there's a prosecutor, I wouldn't mind putting in the breakout room if that's possible.
There are prosecutors here, but I'm not sure if they're for your case.
Is mine a state prosecutor?
Morning, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Bolahanis. I'm the APA covering for Miss Yafufi, so if this would be one of Miss Yafufi's.
Thank
cases.
you. Then let's get you in a breakout with Mr. Bolahanis.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Boothba, I made you co-host so you can move around as you
Oh.
see.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Good morning. Thank you.
Mr. Bulahanis, you should see an invitation to join the prosecutor.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Attorney Nelson.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you?
I am well.
Who are you representing today?
I'm here on Damani Harris.
Very sorry to interrupt you. He, the mother, is down in the lobby demanding to come into the courtroom.
Courtroom is open to the public.
Yeah, that's no problem. We just want to make sure it was okay with you.
It is.
Okay, we'll bring her up and put her in.
Thank
She's
you.
just one of those that just.
Was it just Harris?
I'm here also at 9 on Darrell Griffin, although I think he's retained out, and at 9. Philip.
You were breaking up at 9 o'clock. Which one?
Jarrell Griffin, but I think he's retained private counsel. If someone's filed an appearance.
Yes, someone has. They handed it to me this morning.
Great. And then Philip Barnhart and
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Cho.
Good morning.
Who are you here for this morning, ma'am?
I am here, one second. I am here on a Miss Ashley as well as a Mr. Grissom.
Ms. Ashley's in the clerk's waiting room, waiting to have her information verified.
And if Mr. Grissom hasn't joined yet, I can send him a message. I spoke with him yesterday.
Thank you. Good morning. Morning, sir. How are you? I'm wonderful, thank you. I'm just waiting for some matches. Mhm. We have a wedding at 11. We do. We do.
Perfect day.
It's fun. No, it's actually fine.
Yeah, because it's still Zoom time. These guys are sending these people upstairs that have Zoom that said, read the notice, please. Read the notice.
So are there a lot of people waiting for Zoom?
No.
Okay. Okay.
They don't need an attorney.
Huh?
They don't need an attorney.
No. Mr. Bolahanis, it looks like our 8:30s are not ready yet. So if you can get Mr. Young on, I'm happy to call the case so we can get going with today.
Judge, he is here. He's in with clerk.
Oh, well, let's go.
You want me to pull him out?
No, because she has to do her job.
Your Honor, I was able to resolve it with the prosecutor.
Then let me call well, then yes, Mary Ann, let's get him out. If our contact information needs to be verified, Mr. Bolahanis is here. This is 230013 SD. This is State of Michigan versus Michael John Young. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Eden Bookba appearing on behalf of the people, P86266.
Good morning, Your Honor. Gregory Bulahanis appearing on behalf of Michael Young, P36431.
Mr. Young, please state your name for the record.
Michael John Young.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Bolahanis, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, my client's gonna plead to OWI first offense. The prosecutor's moving to dismiss OWI second offense and high BAC.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Young, please raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Bolahanis. Do you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And it's your understanding that after having that conversation, you'll be tendering a plea of guilty to operating while impaired, and that the original
Honor.
count 1 and count 2 would
I'm sorry, it's OWI first offense.
OWI first offense. And that the original charge of OWI second and operating with high BAC would be dismissed.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes, ma'am, I am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Before I inquire about the further specifics of this case, Mr. Young, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this case. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the police department. He doesn't know anything about this case, doesn't know that it's scheduled, and has no impact on the ruling. Mr. Bolahanis, this information having been disclosed, are we still prepared to proceed with the plea this morning?
Yes, we're prepared to proceed, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Young, is it true that on February 22nd, 2022, in Van Buren Township, you operated a motor vehicle while you were impaired by some controlled substance?
It is true.
Mr. Bolahanis, would you like to inquire further of your client?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor, we're gonna stipulate that the BAC was 0.08 or more, Your Honor. Having said that, that would form a factual basis for the OWI plea.
Satisfied, Mr. Bookwood?
Satisfied. Thank you, Judge.
Defense
Thank
is
you.
satisfied.
Thank you. Mr. Young, the court accepts your plea of guilty to operating while impaired first offense and will dismiss the 2 original charges.
Your Honor,
Inasmuch as there had not
I'm sorry, it's operating while intoxicated, first of all.
operated while intoxicated, Mr. Bolahanis, I keep saying it the wrong way, operating while intoxicated first offense, and will dismiss the 2 original charges in this matter.
Your Honor, there's also a
Previously-
referral to sobriety court. We'd like to refer him to sobriety court if possible. Sorry,
Why are we doing this out of order, Mr. Bolahanis?
I don't know. Your Honor, I apologize. I have talked to Mr. Young, and he's a veteran. First of all, he's been honorably discharged, and he's been in a sobriety house since October of last year, and so he's been doing a lot on his own. So we would like to, I'd ask the court to consider allowing him to do a sobriety court in the jurisdiction where he's residing.
Have you reached out to that sobriety court in Grand Rapids yet, Mr. Bolahanis?
No, Your Honor, but we're gonna do that. They usually want the plea done first, and we reach out, and it's usually not an issue.
Then what we will do Mr. Bolahanis will set the bond because it doesn't, that had not happened as of yet. It appears that they adjourned everything over to today. Set his bond at 5,000 personal. You typically, once we take the plea, we send it to the probation department. for the development of the PSI. If you are reaching out to, what is that, 61st for admission to their sobriety court,
Yes,
So
I'll be
we'll have to
reaching
run
out.
we'll run it on the same track. We'll still have him in contact with our probation department for PSI, just in case things don't go through with
Yes,
61st, okay?
yes, Your Honor.
Was there anything else this morning in this matter, Mr. Bolahanis?
No, Your Honor, I apologize.
You're fine. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Good luck to you, Mr. Young. If you're admitted in the 61st sobriety court, you will not need to reappear here for sentencing. Good luck to you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. You and your staff have a
And I'm
great
hoping
day.
that, you too, sir. I'm hoping that in the interim, we've had the attorney appear for Ms. Davis Seeley. Yes, no?
Judge, I only have NDS as her attorney. I requested a name to attach to the file, but I never received one.
I understand, and I'm hopeful that either Ms. Choate or Ms. Nelson are able to look into a system or call their office and find out who's assigned to Ms. Davis Seeley. Please and thank you.
If you could put the spelling in the chat, I can look in my system, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'll do that, Judge.
Thank you.
And then once you're done with that, are you ready with Ms. Ashley?
We are, Your Honor, yes.
This is 230368 FD. This is State of Michigan versus Danielle Ashley. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Eden Bookva appearing on behalf of the people, P 86266.
And good morning, Your Honor. Alexandra Choate with the Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, P 85948, appearing on behalf of Ms. Ashley. Ms. Ashley, if you could just say your whole name for the record.
Danielle Ashley.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. How are you proceeding, Ms. Choate?
Your Honor, we have received both paper and digital discovery, and at this time would be requesting a preliminary exam date.
That date will be,
There is an opening next week at 1:30.
Ms. Choate, are you available on the 21st at 1:30?
I am, Your Honor.
June 21st, 2023 at 1:30 PM, live at the 34th District Court in courtroom number 1. Ms. Ashley, live in person at 1:30 PM next Wednesday at 11129 Wayne Road in the city of Romulus. Defense attorney has indicated that discovery is complete. Is there anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else from Ms. Ashley?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. I will see you next Wednesday at 1:30. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I will send you a message about that date, Ms. Ashley.
So I just leave?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And Your Honor, I have been able to locate an attorney for Miss Davis Seeley. I believe it is Jonathan Cohen, and I will send him a message right now.
Much appreciated. Good morning, Mr. Land.
Your Honor, it appears that Mr. Harris has retained out as well.
And retained counsel is?
I am not sure. I just received a call.
Hi,
Okay.
Attorney Ivan Land.
Mr. Land, I called your name and you didn't respond.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Mary Ann? Jeffrey Collins in the clerk waiting room is an attorney. He does not need to be in there, please. And Mr. Cohen is in with someone else right now. When he comes out, let's get him matched up with Ms. Davis Seeley, please. Ms. Cho, were you ready with Mr. Grissom?
Yes, we are ready, Your Honor.
This is 230382FY. This is State of Michigan versus Andre Grissom. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Eden Bookva appearing on behalf of the people, P 86266.
And good morning, Your Honor. Alexandra Choate with the Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, P 85948, appearing on behalf of Mr. Grissom, who is currently present via Zoom. And Mr. Grissom, if you could just say your name for the record.
Andre Grissom.
Thank you, sir. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Ms. Choate, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, we have received paper discovery. However, we are still missing digital discovery. I have reached out to Mr. Butka, who has responded, and I believe they're currently in the process of obtaining it. So I would be requesting just another probable cause date.
How long of an adjournment do you need, Mr. Butka?
Judge, I've emailed the officer in charge on this case twice now over the last week, and I haven't had a response. So I'm hoping if we could just set it out to next week, I'll reach out to whoever his superior may be, and I'll try to get it as soon as possible for Ms. Cho.
Mary Ann, on June the 21st.
9:15.
9:15, back here on Zoom, back in number 1. Anything else on behalf of the people?
On behalf of the people, thank you, Judge.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Grissom, before you leave, you have another outstanding matter with the court where you owe $240. If you have not already done so, please contact the court's collection department to set a payment plan. You can either call the court, you can come in person, or there's a drop-down contact us button on the court's website. You can submit a request for payment plan that way, okay?
Okay.
And Your
Thank you,
Honor,
Mr.
very
Grissom, you're
briefly.
free to go.
Oh, this was in regards to Ms. Ashley case, if Mr. Grissom is free to go.
Thank you. Have a good day,
I'm
Mr.
currently
Grissom.
looking at my calendar, and is there actually any way that that probable cause conference could be, or excuse me, preliminary exam could be set for a day in the morning?
No, ma'am, we only do them in the afternoon.
You only do it in the afternoon. Okay, well, that is no problem then. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Collins, did you need to speak to Mr. Griffin?
Good morning, Your Honor. No, Your Honor, we're all set. We're prepared to waive the preliminary exam.
Thank you. This is 230393FY. This is State of Michigan, excuse me, versus Jarrell Griffin. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Eden Bookva appearing on behalf of the people, P 86266.
And good morning, Your Honor. Jeffrey Collins, appearing on behalf of Jarrell Griffin, P number 260. I have received discovery from my predecessor. I have advised Mr. Griffin of his right to conduct a preliminary exam. The purpose of the exam, where it must be shown probable cause of crime was committed and he committed. He's prepared to waive that exam and proceed to the arraignment on the information in downtown.
Mr. Griffin, please state your name for the record, sir.
Jarrell Griffin.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Collins, and you understand that you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination in this matter?
Yes.
You understand that during that exam, the people would have to show that both a crime had been committed and probable cause exists to believe that you were involved in the commission of that crime?
Yes.
And after having that conversation with Mr. Collins, is your wish to waive your examination?
Yes.
And sir, you're doing so freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You have not been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to waive the exam?
No.
Is there any objection from the people?
No objection from the people. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. This court, having inquired of the defendant on the record, it appears that his waiver of the exam has been freely and voluntarily given. That being the case, Mr. Collins, because you are not present, there is not a signed waiver in the file. Do you authorize the court to sign the waiver on your behalf and on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
And same question to you, Mr. Bukva.
No objection. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. The waiver having been signed, Mr. Griffin will be bound over as previously charged in this matter. The arraignment on the information will be at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice on June 28th, 2023 at 9 a.m. Is there anything else on behalf of your client, Mr. Collins?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the people, Mr. Bukva?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Mr. Griffin, you're free to go. Have a good day. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day, Mr. Collins.
Will do.
And number two, Mr. Morad, is that your client?
Yes, Your Honor, it is. Good morning.
Good morning. Do you need to speak with him?
Yes, I do, Judge. You can interpret it, please.
Okay, we'll get you in with Ms. Vivian, the interpreter. Mr. Brown, good morning. Do you need to speak to Mr. Mohammed?
No, Your Honor, I don't.
Do you need to speak to the prosecutor?
Just briefly. Very briefly.
Mr. Bufo will get you moved into his meeting room.
Okay, thank you. Actually, Your Honor, now that I think of it, I don't need to speak to the prosecutor. I take that back. I apologize.
No worries, Mr. Brown. This is 230396FY, State of Michigan versus Allah Muhammad. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Bookfa appearing on behalf of the people, P86266.
And good morning, Your Honor. Brian Brown, P80560, appearing on behalf of Mr. Allah Muhammad, who was present and consents to having his hearing held by Zoom. Mr. Muhammad, please state your name for the record.
Allah Muhammad.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Brown, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I've discussed with my client the necessary reasons for a preliminary examination, also the burden of proof necessary to bind him over to a circuit court. And at this time, we would like to elect to waive that preliminary examination and continue this matter downtown at Third Circuit Court.
Thank you. Mr. Mohammed, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Brown regarding your case, and you understand that you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that the prosecution would have to show that there was a crime that had been committed and that probable cause exists to believe that you were involved in the commission of that crime?
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, after having that conversation with Mr. Brown, you wish to elect your right to waive that examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that doing so will cause you to be bound over as charged to circuit court?
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're doing this freely and voluntarily?
Correct.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to waive the preliminary examination?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown, because you appear virtually, there is not a signed waiver form in the file. Do you consent to the court executing the waiver on your behalf and on behalf of your client?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Any objection from the people?
No objection from the people, Your Honor.
And same question, Mr. Bookva, you authorize the court to sign the waiver on your behalf?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, the court is executing the waiver. Mr. Mohammed, the next step in these proceedings is that you will be bound over as charged for the arraignment on the information, which will happen at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice on June the 28th, 2023 at 9 a.m. Is there anything else in this matter at this time, Mr. Brown?
Nothing further, Your Honor, for the defense. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else for the people?
Nothing from the people. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Mohammed, that concludes this matter, sir. You're free to go. Good luck to you.
Okay, have a good day, Your Honor.
Thank you. You too, sir.
Judge, may I?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, I believe the wrong Wayne County jailer was sent to our breakout room. Mr. Palacio Sanchez is still on the screen.
Then let's get him in with you from Division 2.
Yep, number 10.
Oh, wait. Mr. Morad, it's not 2, it's Division 1?
Your Honor, ma'am, I had Miss Seeley to camera 4. For some reason, division camera 1 took a hit. We lost audio.
Yeah,
No, I'm sorry, Pravanchi, I'm trying to move. I think, Mr. Morad, the gentleman with the goatee.
Yes.
Marianne will get you moved into a breakout room with Miss Vivian. Ms. Davis Seeley, have you spoken to Mr. Cohen?
No, to my understanding, Mr. Cohen is not my attorney. It is Josh Hatley, I believe.
No, ma'am. Mr. Hatley is misdemeanor case. Is your case is a felony case?
On Monday, that's who I spoke with. And I was supposed to be with, but Cohen is new to me. I never spoke with him in general.
Ma'am, Mr. Hadley might have been there for the arraignment, but the felony cases are assigned differently. Mr. Cohen is here. He's in with someone else, but as soon as he's available, we'll get you connected. Marianne might need to go in and let him know that we have somebody from Division 1 here and wait. Mr. Cohen, we were just talking about you, sir. Ms. Davis Seeley is here and needs to be connected to you. Were you ready with Mr. Dudley Martinez?
Sorry, I was muted. I am, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. This is 230375 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Kyle Dudley Martinez. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Bookva appearing on behalf of the people, P86266.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jonathan Cohen, 5-1, appearing by Zoom with Mr. Kyle Dudley Martinez, who's also present by Zoom. Mr. Martinez, can you please state your full name?
Kyle Joseph Dudley Martinez.
Thank you. Today's the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Cohen, how are we proceeding?
Judge, I believe I have all the discovery. We have paper and some digital. So we just asked to set this matter for an examination. Unless there's an offer by the people. Sorry.
No offer at this time, Mr. Cohen.
Okay.
That exam date will be
June 21st at 2 o'clock.
June 21st at 2 p.m. live here in courtroom number 1 at the 34th District Court. Live in person, Mr. Dudley Martinez, next Wednesday at 2 p.m. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dudley Martinez, you're free to exit through that door on your left. I will see you next Wednesday, sir. Have a good
Have a
day.
nice day.
Mr. Cohen, do you need to speak to Ms. Davis Sealy?
Sure, I'll just say a quick word to her if that's okay.
Mr. Williams, I see you. I just have not seen Mr. Gazicki as of yet.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Land, are you ready with Mr. Harris?
Your Honor, I need a breakout room with the prosecutor if possible.
Yep, please go there with him. Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry, not yet.
You're okay, Your Honor.
No, I'm not. That's not acceptable. Yes, ma'am. I need you to speak up, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Approach the bench for what reason, ma'am? She's represented by an attorney. So although you're free to be in the courtroom, the attorney will represent her interests. What I'll have my officer do is turn the screen on, so when they come out, you will be able to see her. To speak to me about, not about the case, ma'am. Because today is just the PCC. We're not taking testimony. You can ask me questions, but there might be things that I'm not able to respond to because she is represented, and I wouldn't want you to ask anything that could possibly impact her case without you having spoken to her attorney, if that makes sense. I did speak to her attorney, we had a conversation prior to today, and I also put a notice and affidavit on the record and changed all of this. So I want to make sure that that affidavit is placed into the record and that I did receive it, and I will indicate the same on the record to make sure that Mr. Cohen's aware of it as well. Absolutely. When I say it, I'll say it during the course of her hearing, that it's been received and it's been date stamped by the court. Yes, ma'am. From whom? Ma'am, the court doesn't respond. The parties respond to each other's pleadings. I'm sorry, ma'am. Good morning, Mr. Culpepper.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Sir, I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm good.
Did you need to speak to Mr. Hunt?
No, I spoke with him earlier.
Do you need to speak to the prosecutor?
It's just a matter of getting an exam date, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Bukva's in a breakout room. When he comes out, I'll get your case called. Mr. Hunt, when I call your case, I'll need you to remove your cap and be ready to proceed, okay?
I have one question, Your Honor.
Absolutely, sir.
Is that real fruit?
Sir, it's just something to liven up that dark corner and keep Lady Justice company.
Okay, all right, all right. Other than that, I'm available when the court's ready.
Thank you. There's one matter ahead of yours when the prosecutor comes out. I'm sorry. Mr. Hall, I have your file here. We're not quite ready for you yet. There's two things that we need to get addressed first.
I'm on your schedule, Judge, so don't rush on my part.
Mr. Ellis, did you need to speak to the prosecutor this morning?
I would be happy to do that, Your Honor.
We'll get you moved into his waiting room. He has a few things he needs to do on the record, but then he'll be in there to meet with you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. I'm sorry, no, ma'am. There are attorneys coming out. So I'm gonna call these cases. When I call the case, we'll have everything on the record with the prosecutor and the attorney here. This is 23039-2FT. This is State of Michigan versus Damani Harris. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Eden Bookfoot appearing on behalf of the people, P86266.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ivan Land, P65879, appearing on behalf of Damani Harris, who's present on the screen, Your Honor. We have no objection to holding these proceedings by Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, state your name for the record, please.
Damani Harris.
Thank you. Today's the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Land, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I was recently detained last night, so I will request a new date. I have been sent discovery by the prosecutors.
How long of an adjournment, Mr. Land?
1 week, Your Honor.
Ten o'clock, Judge.
Thank you. The PCC will be adjourned to next Wednesday, June the 21st at 10 a.m. Back here on Zoom, back with me in number 1. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
No.
Safe. You and your staff have
Thank you.
Stay safe. Take care.
You too.
All right, bye-bye.
Mr. Harris, I will see you next Wednesday at 10 a.m. back on the same Zoom. Have a good day, sir.
All right, you too, man.
Thank you. This is 2303110FY. This is State of Michigan versus William Hunt. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Eden Bookfoot appearing on behalf of the people, P86266.
Good morning, Your Honor. W. Otis Culpepper for Mr. Hunt, 23520.
Mr. Hunt, unmute yourself, please, and state your name for the record.
William Hunt.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Culpepper, how are we proceeding?
We're requesting a preliminary exam, Your Honor.
Mr. Culpepper's discovery complete in this matter?
I'll have to check, but I don't think I've gotten some, but I'm not sure I got all the paper. But I may have. I can't say definitively. I think the prosecutor may have sent it and I forwarded it directly to my investigator to have it downloaded. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct. I can tell the court that everything that's in my possession, paper and digital, has been sent. But I can always resend anything you need, Mr. Culpepper. No worries.
Just to double check, would you resend it?
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That live exam date will be?
June 21st at 2:30.
I'm out of the country, Your Honor.
July 26th at 11:30.
Okay, that's good.
Mr. Hunt, your preliminary examination will be scheduled for July the 26th at 11:30 a.m. That will be live at the 34th District Court in courtroom number 1. Anything else on behalf of Mr. Hunt?
Your Honor, the bond conditions on Mr. Hunt, I think, prevent him from being able to drive to work. Is there anything, Mr. Bufa, that would prevent him from being able to drive to and from work?
Actually, I don't know what his current bond conditions are, so I would deflect to the court and ask what his current bond is, and I'm not sure what it would be.
This was an out-county arraignment, and bond condition U indicates no driving. And I'm not sure, because it was out-county over the week, on a weekend. There is no explanation for that bond condition.
Well, actually, Judge, I can see count 2, at least on my docket here. Mr. Hunt is driving without license suspended, so I would imagine that it was placed as a conviction.
Okay, well, if his license is still suspended, then so.
That being the case, Mr. Culpepper, anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hunt, I will see you on July the 26th. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is 071010FY. This is State of Michigan versus Dominic Malazzo. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Eden Bookfa appearing. 266.
And good morning, Your Honor. Always a pleasure. Joseph Hall appearing for and on behalf of Mr. Malazzo, who's seated to my left, appearing via Zoom with no objection to appearing in that manner today. And Mr. Malazzo, could you state your name for the record, please?
Dominic Malazzo.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for hearing on the defendant's petition to set aside conviction. Mr. Hall, please proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, if I may, if you could swear my client in such that I could ask him some questions.
Sir, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor. Mr. Malazzo, is it true that at least 5 years have passed since the date and time of these convictions, since the date and time of your release from the sentence on which the convictions were applied for expungement are based? And is it also true that you have no prior expungements?
No.
And you mean, is it no, it is not true, or yes?
I don't have any.
You don't have any priors. All right. Is that, and you're not on probation or parole?
No.
And within the past 5 years, have you had any conviction of any kind for any criminal conduct?
No.
Your Honor, Mr. Malazzo has been in the same job for 32 years. He currently manages over 80 employees. He's been drug-free 15 years, coinciding with the date of these offenses. He's recently paid off his home in the last couple of years. He's even quit smoking. He currently, although he is working full-time, also provides care to his girlfriend who suffers from significant health conditions. And lastly, Your Honor, as a positive that I think contributes to his future success, he's incorporated exercise into his daily life and is feeling better body, spirit, and mind these days. We believe that his post-conviction behavior does warrant consideration of his application. So we would ask Your Honor to consider expungement on all 3 of these misdemeanor offenses.
Any response from the people?
Nothing for the people, Your Honor. I'll leave it to the court's discretion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hall, the court did have the opportunity to review your client's application along with the response from the Attorney General's office, the response to the fingerprint search, reviewed the defendant's criminal history and driving record. The court finds the application to be in order and will grant your client's application for relief from conviction. Sir, if you would submit the appropriate order to the court will sign it. And Mr. Malazzo,
Yes.
thank you for all that you've done in these years to remain clean, maintain a clean record, and congratulations.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. And we'll submit an
Thank
order
you.
forthwith.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Have a good day.
Everybody take care. Have a good one.
Mr. Cohen, are we ready with Ms. Davis Sealy?
Yes, Your Honor.
It looks like, are we missing the jail still?
No,
Oh,
she's there.
no.
She's here.
230387 FY. I see another one in there. This is the State of Michigan versus Davis Sealy. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Eden Booklet appearing on behalf of the people, P86266.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jonathan Cohen, P86151, appearing by Zoom with Ms. Anaya Davis Sealy, who's also present by Zoom from the Wayne County Jail. Ma'am, can you please state your full name?
Anaya Davis.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen, just so you're aware, also in the courtroom are Ms. Davis Sealy's mother and two others. This court has received from Ms. Davis Sealy's mother pleadings yesterday titled "Truth is Expressed in the Form of an Affidavit of Fact." I just wanted to disclose that on the record. That being the case, and this matter being scheduled for PCC, Mr. Cohen, how are we proceeding this morning?
Well, Your Honor, I am not in full receipt of discovery. I have sent off a request for copies of search warrants as well as for any and all digital discovery that may exist in this case. I have basic police reports in the matter. So I did submit a motion and proposed order by email to the court and to, I'm not sure which APA I CC'd on the email, but I am asking for a court order for discovery before the examination. And I understand the court's normal policy proceeding to set examinations without full discovery, or maybe I'm mistaken, but because Ms. Davis Sealy is in custody, we are asking to set a preliminary examination as soon as possible, despite not currently having digital discovery. And I also did want to address her bond when the court is ready for that.
Absolutely. Mr. Bukva, any response to the motion? The court has received it, reviewed it along with Mr. Cohen's proposed order.
Yes, Judge. I've sent everything in my possession that I have, that being paper and digital discovery. I sent everything to the generic Neighborhood Defender Service email. And just for the record, in the digital, it's 911 calls, body worn camera, dash cam, and some photos. But I will make sure to reach out to OIC, ask about any things that I may be missing. I'll review it as well one more time to make sure I have what I have and what I sent Mr. Cohen is those search warrants and things that he asked for. And I'll make sure to get him anything that we both may be missing. But at this point, I've sent all of my regular paper discovery and the digital discovery, and all was sent to the Neighborhood Defender Service email. But I can resend it to Mr. Cohen's personal NDS email as well, so he can have it.
That's
Mr.
totally
Bukva, that
fine.
being the case, do you have any objection to the court signing the order submitted by Mr. Cohen?
No objection. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Cohen, the court will grant your motion to preserve and produce discovery. The order that you submitted has been signed and will be sent to you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Cohen, an exam date?
Judge, there's 2:30 next Wednesday.
Mr. Cohen, are you available next Wednesday at 2:30?
May I ask, is there anything earlier in the day on the 21st?
There is not.
And the court is only in session on Wednesdays, correct?
The court only has a Wayne County prosecutor on Wednesdays unless there's a special case,
Understood.
special prosecutor case.
I will make 2:30 work.
So live exam next Wednesday, June the 21st at 2:30 p.m. here in courtroom number 1. The court will submit the necessary paperwork to Wayne County to get Ms. Davis Sealy here. Mr. Cohen, you also referenced the bond in this matter.
Yes, Your Honor. My first request is, and I don't know if there's going to be enough time between now and the exam, but I would ask the court to order a DSU or pretrial services report. I believe my client's bond is excessive in this case. Despite the severity of the allegations, my client does not, to my knowledge, have a significant prior criminal record involving violent activity. She is a high school graduate from Oak Park High School in 2019. She is young, but she does have her own apartment. She lives in Westland. She has a lot of close family ties, including her mother, who is there and has been very supportive and communicative with me and is a great advocate for her daughter. She's born and raised in the Detroit area. Her family would help her get to and from her court dates. I don't believe she has a CAPIAS history, but I'm sure the people can correct me if I'm wrong on that. She was also employed before she was arrested. She was working at the Oak Point Nursing Home as a nurse's aide, and she has a certification as a nurse's aide from the state of Michigan. And she was also working as an entertainer at a few clubs around the Detroit area. So based on her employment, the fact that she's a high school grad, a lifelong resident of Detroit, she has close family ties, I don't believe she's a flight risk. As far as conditions that the court could put in place, I would ask the court to consider a GPS tether with a just a curfew so that she could work at least during the day. And of course, the tether unit would make sure that there are certain areas that she would stay away from. She would abide by the no contact provisions in this case. Based on her lack of, I think, violent record, she's not a danger to the community at large. So we would ask the court to consider a high personal bond with a GPS tether, or if not, a significantly reduced 10% bond, so that hopefully with the help of family and friends, she could post bail and be out in the community, supervised by her mother and her family and working while this case is pending. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Buffa?
Thank you, Judge. I would object to any reduction in the bond, Your Honor. Given the seriousness of the charges here, it's 2 counts of assault with intent to murder. The weapon that is accused of being used here is a knife. And as it goes to her CAPIAS status, Mr. Cohen's right. I don't see anything in my records of any CAPIAS history, so I don't believe she's a flight risk. There were some dispositions in the past that are assaultive that were dealt under HIDA. But Your Honor, I think as far as the flight risk element of bond redetermination hearings, I don't believe she's a flight risk, at least from any history that I can see. But in terms of danger to the community, I would argue that she is a danger to the community, specifically a danger to the 2 victims that are alleged in this case, Your Honor. So I would object to any reduction in the bond.
Anything else, Mr. Cohen?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Cohen, the bond recommendation that came over from Romulus Police Department indicates that your client has a lack of employment. The basis for the $500,000 cash bond that they requested was that your client had a lack of employment, the seriousness of the offense, the probability of conviction. Judge Oakley set bond at $500,000, 10% with GPS with no contact to the complainants in this matter. That being the basis for the bond, the court will deny your request to amend the bond beyond what was just placed on the record. We'll make the referral to DSU, but between now and next Wednesday's exam, I don't know that that will occur. Was there anything else, Mr. Cohen?
I was going to mention, Mr. Cohen, he stated that I had previous assault of charges. That is incorrect. Resisting an arrest is not assaulting, and that was when I was a minor. I haven't had any contact or any assault over any. And the alleged victims, to my understanding, are not located, when I was speaking with him, are not located nowhere in my area. To my understanding, I was told that they stay in Grand Rapids. So
The only other thing, Judge, that I'll add is that I will try to sort of do what pretrial services would in terms of trying to verify information as far as her housing and employment, so that we can provide that information to the court. I doubt that pretrial services will be able to interview her and prepare a report. Recently, they've been needing more like 2 or 3 weeks to get those done. So, but I'll try to verify as much as I can for the examination, and perhaps we can revisit bond after the exam.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bookfa?
Nothing from the people. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. I will see you next Wednesday at 2:30 PM. Mr. Cohen, Marianne will get the discovery order out to the parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Have a good day, everyone.
You too. This is 230373 FD. This is State of Michigan versus David Sanchez. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Sarah Bonomo on behalf of the people, P84189.
Este es el caso de 2303373 FD, las personas en contra de David Palacio Sánchez, representando las personas es Sarah Bonomo.
And Riyad Murad, P83665, on behalf of Mr. David Palacio Sanchez, who's in the Wayne County Jail on Zoom.
Thank you, Miss.
83665, representando el señor Palacio, que está en el cárcel del condado de Wayne.
Thank you. Miss Vivian, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that you will translate English into Spanish and Spanish into English to the best of your ability?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Palacio Sanchez, please state your name for the record.
Señor Palacio Sánchez, diga su nombre por la acta.
David Palacio Sánchez.
David Palacio Sánchez.
Thank you. You may put your hand down.
Usted puede bajar la mano.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Moran, how are we proceeding this morning?
Señor Morad, ¿cómo vamos a proceder esta mañana?
Judge, I received a discovery link this morning that I haven't had the chance to review yet.
Su señoría, recibí la información esta mañana y todavía no tuve el tiempo para revisarlo.
Ms. Bonomo proactively reached out to me and advised me that it was sent, and that there may be one more item I think that they're still waiting for from MSP. Ms. Bonomo, correct me if I'm wrong. So I'm asking for the PCC to be adjourned.
Señorita Bonomo me mandó la información justo hoy y también estoy esperando información de MSP y queremos un aplazamiento por ahora.
That's all correct, Your Honor.
Sí, eso es todo correcto, su señoría.
How long of an adjournment, sir?
¿Cuánto tiempo de aplazamiento necesita, señor?
I think 2 weeks would be appropriate, Your Honor, and my client's prepared to waive the 21-day rule.
Me parece que 2 semanas estaría justa, su señoría, y mi cliente está preparado de renunciar la regla de 2 semanas, de 21 días.
Two weeks puts us on June 28th.
2 semanas nos ponen el 28 de junio.
At 8:30.
I'm listening to it now.
A las 8:30.
With Judge Oakley in courtroom number 2.
Con el juez Oakley en el corte número 2.
Anything else, Mr. I'm sorry, Ms. Bonomo?
No, Your Honor.
¿Hay algo más, señorita Bonomo? No, su señoría.
Your Honor, I do apologize. Will that be in person or on Zoom?
Su señoría, disculpa, ¿esto va a estar en Zoom o en persona?
Judge Oakley's are live, but they won't bring him over for a PCC.
El juez Oakley siempre está en vivo, pero no lo van a traer aquí para una PCC.
Thank you.
Gracias.
So we're going to zoom in that day, Judge. Sorry.
Entonces vamos a usar Zoom ese día, su señoría.
Marianne, is that your understanding that do the attorneys need to be live?
No, ma'am.
Entonces los abogados tienen que estar en vivo. No, tu señoría.
So Zoom on the 28th at 8:30.
Entonces va a ser Zoom el 28 a las 8:30.
And Your Honor, I would like the opportunity to address bond if possible.
Y su señoría, también quiero hablar de la fianza.
Yes, sir.
Sí, su señor.
Your Honor, I believe the bond in this matter is set at $500,000 cash surety with tether.
Su señoría, la fianza ahora está a $500,000 en efectivo.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Palacio Sanchez has been residing in the state of Michigan for the last 15 years.
El señor Palacio Sánchez hace 15 años que vive aquí en Michigan.
He's been married to his wife for the last 23 years.
Estuvo casado con su esposa para los últimos 23 años.
They have 4 children together.
Tienen 4 hijos.
2 3-year-old twins, a 14-year-old and a 19-year-old that all reside together.
Tiene 2 gemelas de 3 años, una de 14 y una de 19 y todos viven juntos.
He's been gainfully employed in the construction industry.
Él está empleado en la industria de construcción
for the last 23 years.
Por los últimos 23 años.
20 years at one company.
20 años en una compañía.
And now 3 years at Brinker Construction downtown.
Y ahora 3 años a la construcción compañía de Brinker downtown.
He indicates he has no prior criminal convictions.
Y también indica que no tiene ninguna otra convicción de antes.
Nor any capious history that I'm aware of.
Y tampoco tiene historia capia que yo sepa.
Now, I understand the charges are extremely serious, Your Honor.
Pero yo entiendo que estos cargos son bien graves, su señoría.
And I believe there are non-cash means and cash means that can be used to fairly address this case.
Y yo sé que hay cosas en efectivo y otras cosas en efectivo que se puede indicar en este caso.
I'm not asking for a personal bond or even a 10% bond.
No estoy preguntando para una fianza personal o tampoco una fianza de 10%.
But given his family ties, lack of prior history and capious history.
Y con las circunstancias de su familia que está aquí y la historia que no tiene de casos criminales.
I would ask the court to consider a bond of $100,000 cash surety with any conditions it sees fit.
Y yo quiero que la corte considera una fianza de $100,000 en efectivo y cualquier otras condiciones que la corte le parece sería bien.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Ms. Bonomo.
Your Honor, people would object to any bond reduction.
Las personas están en contra de reducir la fianza.
I'd just like to make 3 points.
Quiero indicar 3 puntos.
The first point is there are multiple eyewitnesses that observed the defendant driving.
Hay varios testigos que observaron a este acusado que estaba conduciendo.
Revving his engine, peeling out before he loses control and hits 2 of the victims.
Estaba acelerando el motor y salió a mucha velocidad y chocó con los víctimos.
And both of those victims are now deceased.
Y los 2 víctimos ahora están muertos.
Your Honor, the defendant also admitted to drinking and using cocaine on the day of the offense.
Y también el acusado admitió que estaba tomando y usando cocaína en el día de esa ofensa.
But Your Honor, most importantly, the defendant fled from the scene.
Pero más importante, su señoría, el acusado se escapó de la escena.
Multiple police departments worked together for hours to locate the defendant using a K-9 unit and a drone.
Y varios oficiales y oficinas de policía tuvieron que buscarlo usando perros y también drones.
So, Your Honor, it's the people's position that the defendant is a danger to the community because the facts in this case.
Y entonces, su señoría, las personas creen que este acusado es un peligro a la comunidad por estos hechos.
And that the defendant is a flight risk. Thank you.
Y también que el acusado es un riesgo de vuelos. Gracias.
Anything else, sir?
¿Algo más, señor?
Judge, I understand the people's concerns,
Yo entiendo las preocupaciones de las personas,
but I do think all of their concerns could be met with that high number of 100,000 cash surety.
pero me parece que todas esas preocupaciones se pueden aliviar con una fianza de $100,000 en efectivo.
And both a GPS home confinement tether and alcohol tether. Thank you, Your Honor.
Y también con una atadura electrónica y estar que se tiene que quedar en su hogar.
The court will deny the request to amend bond in this matter.
La corte va a negar la ajustamiento de la fianza en este asunto,
Finding that the people's argument regarding Mr. Palacio Sanchez being a flight risk and a danger to the community are high.
y porque el argumento que dijo las personas que el señor Palacio Sánchez es un peligro a la comunidad y también un riesgo de vuelo. Y ese
Along
riesgo
with
es
the
alto.
along with the seriousness of the offenses and the probability of conviction.
Y también por la gravedad de estas ofensas y la probabilidad de una convicción.
Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your
¿Hay
Honor.
algo más por las personas? No, su señoría.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing further. Thank you for the opportunity, Your Honor.
Algo
you.
más por el acusado, no, su señoría. Muchas gracias por escuchar.
That concludes this matter.
Ahora este asunto ya está acabado.
Thank you,
Ms.
Your Honor.
Vivian.
Thank you, Mr. Moran.
Thank you, Ms. Bonomo. Everyone have a great day.
Okay, gracias a todos. Se puede ir. You may leave now. Thank you.
Are we ready on DeAndre McDay?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 220836 FY. This is State of Michigan versus DeAndre McDay. May I have your appearances?
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm book club hearing on behalf of the people. 266.
And good morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Kate McGrady, P83667, on behalf of Mr. DeAndre McDay, who appears with us via Zoom. Mr. McDay, please state your name.
Hello, my name is DeAndre McDay.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Ms. DeMott Grady, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, actually, this case, Mr. McDay had been referred for a competency evaluation with the Forensic Center. That evaluation was completed. Is the court and the people in receipt of a copy of the competency report?
Yes, ma'am. The court has received the report from the Department of Health and Human Services Center for Forensic Psychiatry. That report is dated June the 5th, 2023. The court received it on June the 12th and has had the opportunity to review it in its entirety. The findings of the Center for Forensic Psychiatry are that Mr. McDay demonstrated the ability to understand the nature and object of the proceedings against him and to assist rationally in his defense. It's their opinion that Mr. McDade was competent to stand trial at the time of the interview.
That is defense's understanding as well. I just wanted to put that on the record because the last time we were before the court, we had, done the referral.
Understood.
So at this point, if we can set a preliminary examination,
That date will be,
July 26th at 12 o'clock.
the 26th,
yes, ma'am.
sorry, July 26th.
July the 26th, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Demai Grady, discovery is complete in this matter?
It is, Your Honor, yes.
Mr. McDade, your preliminary examination will be set for July the 26th at 12 p.m. That will be live here in courtroom number 1 of the 34th District Court. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything
And
else on
nothing-
behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. McDade, you can
Thank
sign
you.
off. Thank you all. Have a good day.
You too, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Ellis, your client's name?
David Hughes, Your Honor.
This is 23038ASM. This is State of Michigan versus David Hughes. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Bukla appearing on behalf of People P 86266.
And Your Honor, good morning. Mark Ellis representing Mr. Hughes. He is sitting next to me and we have no objection to proceeding on Zoom.
State your name for me, please, sir.
David Hughes.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Ellis, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I am told that I was just emailed this morning discovery, which I have not seen. We are asking for an adjourned pretrial date.
How long of an adjournment, sir?
Are we on a Wednesday schedule, Judge?
Are you on a what, sir?
Are you doing Wednesdays on this case?
Yes, sir.
My first Wednesday available is July the 5th.
Nine o'clock, Judge.
Thank you.
That is
The
fine, Your Honor.
pretrial will be adjourned to, July the 5th at 9 a.m. That will be in person with Judge Oakley in courtroom number 2.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Judge.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Hughes?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day, sir. This is 220701SM. This is State of Michigan versus Shamar Peggs. I have your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Bukla appearing on behalf of People P 86266.
Good morning, Your Honor. Chief Josh Hadley, agreeing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Shamar Peggs. Mr. Peggs, can you please state your name for the court?
You're muted, Mr. Peggs.
I'm sorry, Shamir Peggs.
Thank you. Today's the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Final pretrial in this matter. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we previously had waived the complainant's presence at this final pretrial. She has appeared previously. After speaking with brother counsel on one of Mr. Peggs' other matters that's currently set to be return date of June 22nd, we believe there's a global plea resolution that will, basically the Frank Murphy case should envelope this case as well. That's our hope. So we're humbly asking for one last adjournment to see if this matter can be basically resolved at the same time as his other pending case.
So I'm sorry, the Frank Murphy case is the 27th, so you would need maybe the 5th?
22nd, yes, Your Honor.
22nd, okay. So the 28th or July 5th?
Your Honor, July 5th, we preferred.
At 9 o'clock, Judge.
Thank you. Final pretrial is adjourned to July the 5th, 2023 at 9 a.m. That will be live with Judge Oakley in courtroom number 2. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Hadley, Mr. Peggs has another matter. There's a warrant in the file on 230367FY. I wasn't sure if you were aware of this case, Mr. Hadley.
I'm trying to look it up right now, Your Honor. What was the offense?
It's a home invasion first degree in Romulus on January 10th, 2023.
No, Judge, that had got, they dropped it to destruction of property, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, I do concur from looking at the Third Circuit's Register of Actions. It does appear that that's, to the best I can tell, it does appear to be what happened. I'm not sure why we have it in lien here.
Mr. Haley and Mr. Peggs, let's have Marianne. Marianne, could you look at that and see 230367FY?
I'm doing that right now.
Thank you. Mr. Haley, I'll take up some other matters and then we'll get back to Mr. Peggs. Mr. Peggs, if you could just sit tight for a moment for us, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Haysha, is your client?
He's present, Judge. He's on the Zoom.
This is 230091FD. This is State of Michigan versus Belcher. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Ed Bookfoot appearing on behalf of the people, P8626.
Judge, good morning to you and your staff. Vincent Haysha, P76506, Judge, with and on behalf of Mr. Belcher, who's present by Zoom with no objection.
Mr. Belcher, state your name for me, please.
Orlando Belcher.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Haysha, how are we proceeding?
Judge, I spoke to Mr. Bresnahan as we discussed. I don't think it was you and I, but I discussed with counsel the last time. There is an offer on the table whereby, well, it's a tentative offer whereby Mr. Belcher would plead to a felony count of operating while intoxicated, third offense. He would be screened by the 34th District Court Probation Department for sobriety court. It would be a felony plea with a transfer back down to the district court if they would accept him. I need some additional time just to get that screening done. At that point, I think we'll be prepared to move forward. In the event that it falls through with the 34th District for whatever reason, I've been given permission by Mr. Bresnahan to seek out sobriety courts in different jurisdictions. So I think 3 to 4 weeks would be more than sufficient.
Has he, I'm sorry, did you say OWI second?
It would be a third. So he would plead in district court, go to the circuit court to be sentenced and be transferred back down for his probation in a sobriety court program. Why they're doing it like that, I can't say, but that's what was discussed.
So does he need to be screened here?
He would need to be screened by the 34th. That would be our preference.
Okay. So we send the matter down to probation for screening. And we need, you said 4 weeks. That puts us on 1, 2, 3, 4. That puts us on July the 12th. And that would be with Judge Green.
9 o'clock, Judge.
Good man. Yeah, you get your shower up.
So that's what we'll do. We'll send it to probation for screening for this court sobriety court. Adjourn the PCC to July the 12th at 9 a.m. with Judge Green on Zoom. So that means Mr. Belcher, the court's probation department will be in contact with you for screening for sobriety court, okay?
Okay.
Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Judge.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Belcher?
No, Your Honor. Thank you much.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Sir, you're free to go.
Take care, Judge. See you.
Thank you.
This is 23008. Oh, sorry. Mr. Let's get back to this. 230367 FY, State of Michigan versus Shamar Peggs. Mr. Peggs, as indicated, that this, sir, this case is in warrant status. Sir, you've had the opportunity to speak to the clerks and verify your address and phone number.
Hold on, ma'am. You said where's this? Your Honor, I don't have any other warrants that's out. The home invasion that I had was with Romulus, and when I met with Judge Oakley, Your Honor, they moved it down to Frank Murphy, and Frank Murphy has it to
Mr. Peggs, I'm telling you, my secretary checked on it. That's why I asked to pass the matter briefly. I have a file 230367 FY, State of Michigan versus Shamar Shaquille Peggs. This case is in warrant status. I don't know what hold on, sir. I don't know what conversation you had with Judge Oakley or your attorney had with Judge Oakley, but this case is outstanding. There is a warrant for you, but you have appeared timely this morning in your case that was scheduled here. I will recall the warrant and we'll put this matter over to next week. We'll need to get you arraigned and have an attorney assigned to you. What? I don't know if there's anyone available that could assist you this morning, Mr. Pegg, so
Judge,
I'd rather do it.
I apologize, Your Honor. My name is Eric Gozzi with the Neighborhood Defender Services. I actually represent Mr. Peggs on the home invasion that's pending in Frank Murphy. And I will put an appearance in on this case. I don't understand why this case wasn't brought up at the same time as the other case, considering the complaints were filed on the exact same date, February the 9th of 2023. I think perhaps it was an oversight by, I don't know exactly whom. So it appears that the offense dates are different, so they might be in fact two different cases. I can't verify that without looking at discovery.
Mr. Gozzi, thank you. Thank you for that, sir. What I will do as indicated is recall the warrant in this case.
Thank you.
I'll give you some time to look into
Sure.
it. Can we schedule the PCC for next week? Are you available next Wednesday?
We'll do, and Judge, for the arraignment on the warrant, I would just wait for reading of these charges and stand mute at this time.
And we'll set Mr. Pegg's bond at 5,000 personal. Mr. Peggs, you don't need to post any money in this matter. And we will work to get you the information, Mr. Gozzi, to determine whether or not this case is connected to or should have been handled with the other case that's been sent downtown now. The PCC next Wednesday, the 21st, at what time, Marianne?
10:15.
I'm sorry?
10:15.
10:15. Mr. Peggs, 10:15 next Wednesday, back on Zoom, back with me, okay?
Okay.
But that concludes this matter. The warrant's been recalled. I will see you next Wednesday, sir. Have a good day.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Hold on. What is it? Not a paper file, it might be a ticket. Does he have his notice? Gretchen, RECK, right? Yep. Okay. Big. Anyway, thank you. Thank you. This is 230084FD. This is State of Michigan versus Laura Grenfell. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Bookwood appearing on behalf of the people, P86266.
And good morning, Judge Martin Bryan Stacy on behalf of Ms. Grenfell, P33014. Please state your name.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Laura Grenfell.
And Judge, at this time, we were going to be tendering, I've been in contact with the sobriety court in Taylor. And at this time, we've been asked that to the court, we're accepting the plea by Mr. Bresnahan, which I have here in front of me, to an OUI second. And I've explained to my client her rights, and at this time, she's going to knowingly, voluntarily waive those rights in order to tender a plea of guilty and lay a factual basis there too.
Thank you. Ma'am, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm testimony you're giving this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, you've had the opportunity to speak to your attorney. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation with Mr. Stacy, sir, ma'am, it's your intention to plead guilty to operating while intoxicated or impaired, second offense.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, is it true that on July 24, 2022, in Sumter Township, you operated a motor vehicle while you were impaired by some intoxicant?
Yes, Your Honor.
And ma'am, on that day at that time, it was your second, this would be your second offense of
Yes,
operating
Your
while intoxicated?
Yes, Your Honor. Not proud
Mr.
of it.
Stacy, would you like to inquire further of your client?
Yes, briefly, Judge. On that date and time, did you fail to come to a complete stop at a flashing red?
Yes,
And did the BAC come back at a 0.19?
yes,
You understand that's more than twice the legal limit to be operating a motor vehicle in the state of Michigan.
yes, sir.
I'm satisfied, Judge.
Satisfied, Mr. Bukva?
The people are satisfied. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Ma'am, the court will accept your plea of guilty to OWI second. As previously indicated, your case will go to sobriety court. I'm sorry, Mr. Stacy, you said in 23rd District Court?
Yes, Judge, but we need a sentencing date here about Mr. Keys in charge of the probate of the sobriety court, and Taylor said that it would take 6 weeks, and so I'm looking at a date, whatever's convenient for the court, for either August 2nd or August 9th.
I don't believe that those are sentencing dates for this courtroom, Mr. Stacy, but if it's 2 months out, we'll get you a date that's 2 months out and get it out to you in the mail.
Very good, Judge. That would be greatly appreciated.
Anything else in this matter, Mr. Bukva?
Nothing from the people. Thank you, Judge.
Nothing further, Judge.
Anything else? Thank you, Mr. Stacy. Have a good day. Good luck to you, Ms. Grenfell.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. You have a good day too.
Pleasure to see you this morning, Judge Martin. Have a good day.
You too. Mr. Boyce Williams, Mr. Gazeki, our office has called him. I have not seen him log on. James Gazeki? Mr. Gazeki? Mr. Williams, I guess we'll try again, but we don't seem to have been able to reach him. Thank you. Mr. Taylor? Ms. O'Meara, I see your message.
I just did it, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge.
Who's that just yelled out?
Richard Glenn, the judge on Rich.
Is there something you needed, Mr. Glenda?
No, I just wanted to check in, ma'am. That's all.
If you can see me, I can see you, sir. In that case is scheduled at 10 o'clock and we still are going through some 9:15 cases. So if you sit tight, we'll get to you momentarily, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I don't know what's going on with Mr. Taylor. This is 230326 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Destin Peterson. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Bookba appearing on behalf of the people, P8666.
And good morning, may I please the Honorable Court Eric Gozi on behalf of Mr. Peterson, who appears via Zoom.
Mr. Peterson, state your name for me, please.
Destin Peterson.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. How are we proceeding this morning?
Judge, I have received all of the discovery. I'm just requesting a preliminary exam date.
July 26th at 12:30.
Is it possible if I could do August the 2nd, only because I may still be in trial on that day? Or if we could do the 19th of July, if that's available.
No, not the 19th of July, but August the 2nd is available. Let's get a time for you, sir.
11:30.
I'm sorry. What was the time?
11:30?
Yeah. That's
11:30. Mr. Peterson, your in-person preliminary examination is scheduled for August the 2nd at 11:30. That's live here in courtroom number 1. At the 34th District Court. Anything else on behalf of the people? The questions don't get any harder. Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody have a good day.
You too, thank you.
Mr. Peterson, you're free to zoom on.
This is 230163 FD. This is State of Michigan versus Philip Barnhart. May I have your appearances, please?
Morning, Your Honor. Adam Bookba appearing on behalf of the people, P8626.
Morning, Your Honor. Sophia Nelson of Neighborhood Defender Service appearing on behalf of Mr. Barnhart, P77960. Mr. Barnhart is present via Zoom. Mr. Barnhart, please state your name for the record.
Philip Barnhart.
Thank you. Attorney Nelson, how are we proceeding on this PCC this morning?
Your Honor, I am not yet in receipt of digital discovery.
Hold on one
in this
second.
matter.
Hold on one second. Are you in the courtroom on the phone while I'm actively trying to do cases?
Forgive me, Judge, I was texting my client. I'm not making a call, I was talking to text.
I know, but when you're talking and I'm trying to do proceedings with 21 other people, I know that you're here for Ms. Rec and I'll get to it momentarily, but I can't hear them when I hear you. I'm sorry, Attorney Nelson.
That's okay, Your Honor. I have not received digital discovery yet in this matter, so I would ask for an adjourned PCC.
1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
I do anticipate an attempt to resolve this case in district court, which would involve, I'm blanking on his name, but
Mr. Brennan, probably.
yeah, Mr. Brensahan. So maybe a month, Your Honor.
A month puts us on 1, 2, 3, 4, July the 12th, which would be Judge Green.
9:15.
I'm sorry, Marianne, at 9 what?
15.
9:15 on Zoom in number 3 with Judge Green. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Judge.
Anything on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnhart. That concludes this matter, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you.
This is 3S4213663SI. This is the matter of Castro. Christian Castro.
Good morning, Your Honor. Paul Robinson appearing on behalf of Mr. Castro. Your Honor, we have
Mr. Robinson, have you had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor this morning?
I have not.
Let's get you into his waiting room, okay? And he'll be in there momentarily to speak with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. This is 3S4189310SI. This is State of Michigan versus Gretchen Reck.
Good morning, Judge. Paul Young on behalf of Ms. Rack.
Okay, this is her.
Mr. Bukva, he's here in the courtroom.
Would you like me present in the courtroom, Your Honor?
Absolutely not. You can stay where you are and do what you need to do, sir. Mr. Young says tender to this court the plea agreement that Ms. Reck will be pleading responsible to impeding traffic. Is that your full and complete understanding of the resolution of this matter?
Yes, Judge. Thank you.
That's my understanding as well, Judge.
And you have your client's authority to enter this plea without her present?
I just intercepted a voicemail while I was waiting here. So I'm going to go implied consent. I'm going to accept any no point, non-abstractable deal on her behalf, but I haven't been able to reach her subsequent to negotiating it.
Court will accept the plea of responsible with the implicit agreement to impeding traffic and impose fines and costs of $200. Does your client need more than 5 days to pay that amount, sir?
Can we have 2 weeks, Judge? She's
Absolutely.
19. I'm sure she's
She's 19.
right now.
14 days to pay. Anything else, sir?
Sorry about talking in your courtroom.
Have a good day, sir.
Okay.
See, that's how you do it. You put a note in the chat. I read the notes. You don't need to come in here and scream out like a crazy person. 230-332-SM, State of Michigan versus Jennifer Burke. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, good morning, ma'am. Please the court. James W. Murray, P48047. I represent Ms. Burke. She's physically present with me. Please state your name, and by the way, we consent to proceed by Zoom. Go ahead.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Jennifer Burke.
Thank you, Ms. Burke. Mr. Murray, today is the day and time set for the arraignment and the pretrial in this matter. For purposes of arraignment, how are we proceeding?
We'll waive that reading. I've explained to Ms. Burke the nature of the charge and the maximum statutory penalty. Respectfully ask the court to enter a not guilty plea because she is not guilty, but we'll get to that.
Thank you. Bond in this matter will be set at $5,000 personal. Ms. Burke, you do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear and participate in these proceedings until this matter is resolved in its entirety. Ma'am, do you have any reason to be in contact with the complainant in this case, Ms. Heather Shaw? Or
No.
is it Heath Shaw?
It's Heather, Your Honor.
They're missing a letter on the ROA. Condition of your bond is that you have no contact with the complainant. No contact means no contact, no direct contact, no contact with third parties, no contact through social media. Should this court receive a report that you've made efforts to be in contact or communication with the complainant, it could be viewed as a violation of the terms of your bond. Your bond could be revoked, and you could spend the rest of these proceedings in custody. Understood, Ms. Burke?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Murray, for purposes of pretrial, have you had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor?
I haven't. I was just retained on the case and got my appearance into the court yesterday. That prosecutor hopefully will call me and we get some discovery. They've got different names of different prosecutors that potentially could handle this case. So I'm not sure who that's going to ultimately be. I'm sure they'll figure it out.
Thank you. I'll make the indication in the file that discovery has been requested in this matter. We'll adjourn the pretrial. How long of an adjournment do you need, Mr. Murray?
Well, I would say no less than 2 weeks, but I'd prefer 3 if permitted.
3 weeks puts us on July the 5th.
That's fine with me, Your Honor.
At 9:15, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am. At 9:15, that will be in number 3 on Zoom with Judge Green. Anything else on behalf of the people, Mr. Bukva?
Judge, I'm sorry to interrupt you. That's with Judge Oakley.
July 5th. Thank you, Mary Ann. Let's try that again. July the 5th at 9:15 in number 2. that's live with Judge Oakley.
When we say live, he would like to see us in person.
Absolutely, positively.
Okay, we like that. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Murray?
No, and thank you so much.
Anything else, Mr. Bukla?
Nothing from the people. Thank you, Judge.
That concludes this matter. Have a good day, Ms. Burke.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Mr. Gazicki, did you need to speak to Mr. Williams?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Let's get you into a breakout room. Miss, hold on one second. This is 220839 FY, State of Michigan versus Rich. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Ed and Bookfoot appearing on behalf of the people, P6266.
Good morning, Judge. Richard Glenda, 32990 for Mr. Rich. He's on the call, ma'am.
The attorney for last.
Rich, give your name.
Unmute yourself, please,
Messiah
sir.
Rich. Messiah Rich.
Thank you.
How you doing? Good morning.
Thank you. I'm wonderful. How are you, sir?
I'm great. I can't complain.
Today's the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Glenda, how are we proceeding?
Yes, ma'am. This was in the initial PCC. I recently got this case. I still haven't gotten any discovery. I'm asking for an adjourned PCC, Judge, to either July 12th or the 19th, ma'am.
Oh. Do you have a preference of the 12th or the 19th?
Judge, I would probably pick, I have a 9:30 on the 19th. 9:30, ma'am?
I'm sorry. So your
July
preference is the
19th.
19th?
July
Okay.
19th, yes, around 10:30 perhaps?
That's fine.
Okay, and if the prosecutor could send me the discovery, I'll call you, Mr. Rich.
Okay. So I log off.
This discovery requested, PCC adjourned to 1, 2, 3, 4, July 19th at 10:30 a.m. That will be in number 3 on Zoom with Judge Green. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Bukla?
Nothing from the people. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Glenda?
No,
Thank you. Mr. Rich, you're free to go, sir. Thank you for your patience. Have a good day.
You too, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. This is 230331 FD. This is State of Michigan versus Daniel Oliver. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Ed and Bookfoot appearing on behalf of the people, P86266.
Good morning, Judge. Attorney Cheryl Quick from Neighborhood Defender Service on behalf of Daniel Oliver, P83973. Mr. Oliver is also present. Would you state your name, Mr. Oliver?
Daniel Oliver.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment in this matter. Ms. Quick, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we would waive formal reading. Mr. Oliver would stand mute. We would ask the court to enter a plea of not guilty.
Thank you, ma'am. The recommendation from Sumter Police Department is that his bond be set at 10,000, 10%. Any comment as to bond, Ms. Quick?
Your Honor, I don't believe that that's necessary. I believe that Mr. Oliver will appear. I don't have any reason to believe that there's a capious history. I understand he has prior felony convictions, but his housing is stable. He's local. As I understand, this charge is from August, but he is here of his own volition. My understanding, he contacted the court to set up this date. And so there's no reason to believe that he's a danger to the community. At this time, there's certainly been no other allegations since the allegation of this incident.
Thank you. Ms. Quick, the court will depart from the recommendation sent over by Sumter Police and set Mr. Oliver's bond at 10,000% personal. Mr. Oliver, you do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until this matter is resolved in its entirety. As the allegations include a charge for operating while intoxicated. Third offense, a condition of your bond is that you not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages until this matter is resolved in its entirety. For purposes of PCC, Ms. Quick, have you spoken to the prosecutor?
I have not, although we have received paper discovery. I think that we just are requesting digital discovery be tendered, and we'll be ready to set this for a preliminary examination.
You're ready to set that now, or you're looking to adjourn the PCC?
If Attorney Bufka can let me know that this digital discovery exists and can be sent over quickly, I think we could set it for an exam. If he thinks it may take some time, we should probably adjourn.
I think it may take some time, Your Honor. I have to follow up with the officer in charge about it being uploaded yet. So I don't have it in my evidence.com. So I think an adjourned PCC would be appropriate in this case.
1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
Let's do 2 weeks, Your Honor, just to be safe.
10:15, Judge.
July the 5th. I'm sorry, you said 10:15, ma'am?
Yes, I did, but that would be June 28th. It's 2 weeks.
I thought he said 2 weeks. Oh, Mary Ann, I'm looking at the calendar. Jeez. June the 28th at 10:15 a.m. That is in number 2. That is live. That is with Judge Oakley.
Very good. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bufka?
Nothing from the people. Thank you, Judge.
Anything else, Ms. Quick?
No, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Have a good day, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Please call me back.
This is two 30117 FY, State of Michigan versus Boyce Williams. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Bufka appearing on behalf of the people, P86266.
Good morning, Your Honor. James Gazicki appearing on behalf of Mr. Boyce Williams, P34393. Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams, state your name for me, please.
Boyce Dwayne Williams.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Gazicki, how are we proceeding in this matter?
We're going to waive the probable cause conference, and if I can address bond. We're going to waive the preliminary exam, I'm sorry. And if I can.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do
Yes,
you
ma'am.
swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Mr. Williams, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with your attorney. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Gazecki has informed you that you have a right to have a preliminary examination in this matter where the people would have to show that a crime had been committed and that probable cause exists to believe that you're involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your intention to waive your right to have that preliminary examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're doing that freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to waive that exam?
No.
Because you appear by Zoom, Mr. Gazicki, there's not a signed waiver form in the file. Do you consent to the court signing the waiver on your behalf and on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection to the waiver, Mr. Bukva?
No objection from the people. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Sir, before your client is bound over, your comments as to bond in this matter, the bond is a 10,000 personal bond.
I thought the bond was changed to 10,000, but if it's personal, then we're good on it.
May I speak?
Just a minute.
Oh, wait, Mr. Williams, hold on 1 second. Yeah, Mr. Gazicki, the bond on May the 31st appears to have been changed to 10,000 personal.
Well, okay, then that's good, Your Honor. We're good. We thought there was a cash bond on that.
I'm double check. Hold on. I'm looking at the original pretrial release order from February 20th, where it was 20,000 personal. Judge Green changed it to 10,000 personal on May the 31st.
Okay, we're good on that, Your Honor.
The waiver having been executed, Mr. Williams will be bound over as previously charged. He's not in custody on this case, so Mary Ann, would that still be 1 week or would that be 2 weeks?
Let me ask Heather. I don't know the answer to that.
Thank you.
They're gonna have to rid him out. He's in Washington. So probably we have a couple weeks down the road.
I know, Mr. Gazicki, it's usually 1 week for the arraignment on the information when they're in custody, but because he's not in custody on this case, I'm not sure. So Mary Ann's asking the felony clerk.
One week, Judge.
His arraignment on the information will be on June the 21st, 2023 at 9 a.m. at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. His previously entered bond with any conditions will continue. Is there anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Judge.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, that concludes this matter. Thank you for your patience this morning. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have one word?
May you have what, sir?
One word.
Absolutely.
My personal bond haven't got faxed over, none. The last, I guess it was 20,000 personal, which got dropped to 10,000 personal. Whatever the case may be, the paperwork never got faxed over to Washtenaw County. So the computer was not updated for my bond.
Mr. Williams, I made a sticky note on the front of the file that says paperwork of bond to Washtenaw County. My secretary is on. She's heard it when she processes these files. We'll make sure that they get where the bond information gets where it's supposed to be, okay?
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Gizicki?
No, Your Honor, I apologize for my late appearance.
No worries. Have a good day. Good luck to you, Mr. Williams. Have a good day. This
Yes,
is a
ma'am.
recall of 3S4213663SI, State of Michigan versus Christian Castro. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Paul Robinson appearing on behalf of Christian Castro. Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to discuss the matter with Mr. Bokva. The charge is operating a commercial motor vehicle that is misloaded. The scheduled fine and court cost was $540. Mr. Bokva and I agreed to enter a plea of responsible on behalf of my client in exchange to a reduction of the fines and costs to $350. And if the court would accept that a plea of responsibility, I would ask on Mr. Castro if we have to have until Friday, June 30th to make the payment.
It's a little over 2 weeks. Mr. Robinson, the court will accept that you as an officer of the court have the authority from your client to enter a plea of responsible in this matter to the misload, and will assess fines and costs of $350 due by June 30th. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Robinson?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you. You as well.
These are 200097 FY, 200096 FY, 200095 FY, and 200094 FY. These are all State of Michigan versus Matthew Mark Taylor. May I have your appearances, please? Oh, shoot. Mr. Taylor, Ms. O'Meara just went in with the prosecutor. So just sit tight for a moment, sir. Ms. Mandernack, what are you here for, ma'am?
Good morning, Judge. I am here for Jacob Fritz and Shanika Johnson.
I believe we have Dakota Cardinal as well.
Have you spoken to Mr. Fritz and you're ready, Mr. Hadley?
I'm ready to go on Mr. Fritz. I'm ready to go on Mr. Cardinal.
Thank you. This is 230394 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Jacob Fritz. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Patricia Mandernack for the people, P84088.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant. Excuse me, Mr. Jacob Fritz is appearing via Zoom. Mr. Fritz, please state your name.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Jacob Fritz.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we'd like to ask for an adjournment to allow us to collect some discovery.
I would have no objection
How
to
long
that,
of an
Your
adjourn?
Honor.
Thank you. How long of an adjournment, Mr. Hadley?
Your Honor, I think 2 weeks should be sufficient. Or whatever the court has, but not a long adjournment.
2 weeks is fine. 2 weeks puts us on June the 28th.
At 10:30?
I'm actually running a preliminary examination in a different county that day. Can we pick the next date? I'm sorry.
July 5th at 9:30?
And will that be with Judge Oakley?
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
Oh,
with
I'm sorry.
Judge
I
Oakley.
believe does this need to be on the Tuesday misdemeanor DV docket?
What's the relationship?
If I am assigned to the case, then it is some sort of domestic, it's intimate partner violence. So dating child in common spouse or former spouse.
So why are you on a Wednesday now?
This was brought to my attention at last night, Your Honor, by our victim advocate. I think it was some sort of typo.
Let's try this again. Let's get the domestic date. I see you, sir, but please wait. We're in the middle of another proceeding.
Give me 1 second, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am.
July 11th at 9:15.
This matter will be put over to July 11th at 9:15. I'm sorry, Marianne, were you saying something else?
Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but with Judge Green.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Fritz?
No, Your
Very
Honor.
good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. You're free to go,
You as
sir.
well.
This
Thank
is
you
a
so much.
recall. You're welcome. This is a recall of 200094 FY, 200095 FY, 200096 FY, and 200097 FY. These are all state of Michigan versus Matthew Mark Taylor. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Ed Mbuko appearing on behalf of the people, 86266.
And good morning, Your Honor. Catherine O'Mara, P53823, on behalf of Matthew Mark Taylor.
Mr. Taylor, your appearance for the record, please, sir. Mr. Taylor?
Matthew Taylor.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Ms. O'Meara, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're asking that these matters all be set for preliminary exam.
That exam date will be
July 26th at 12:30.
Your Honor, I'm starting a jury trial the day before in Frank Murphy.
August 2nd?
I think that should work. Yes, that's a good date. Is that enough time for the prosecutor? He was asking for extra time.
Yes, yeah, that's plenty of time. Thank you so much.
August 2nd at what time, Mary Ann?
Noon.
At noon, thank you. Because there are two jurisdictions involved in these four cases, Mr. Bookva, do you need more than the usual half hour for these matters to be heard?
I would imagine so. Monsieur Fuki will be back by then. She's a wizard when it comes to exams, but I imagine probably a little bit more than a half hour just to keep it safe.
Let's block a whole hour for these four cases, Mary Ann. So if you want to do, Mary Ann, for scheduling purposes, if you want to schedule the 9-4 and 9-5 at noon. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry, Mr. Bookva, I'm trying to get this straight.
No worries, Your Honor.
I guess you should put them all four at noon then, but Van Buren was the loose case. This, Ms. O'Meara, I don't remember, and my notes don't reflect if we had a conversation on May 10th when you appeared. I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency on the 9-7 case. That was from October 21st, 2019 as the offense date. My husband's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about Mr. Kaler's case, does not know that it's scheduled today, and has no impact on how this court rules in any matter. Do you need an opportunity to speak to your client about this, or are you okay to schedule these matters for August 2nd at noon?
No, I'm fine with scheduling them on August 2nd at noon.
Mr. Taylor, I will see you here in courtroom number 1 at the 34th District Court on August the 2nd at 12 p.m., sir. You have a good day. Good luck to you.
Your Honor, just for the record, I had discussed with the prosecutor, he's going to try to get the digital discovery, if any exists, videos, etc.
That is correct, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Judge.
Anything else, Ms. O'Meara?
No, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day, Mr. Taylor. This is 230364 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Dakota Cardinal. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning. I'm both up here and
Morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Dakota Cardinal. Mr. Cardinal, please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Dakota Cardinal.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. And Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're going to ask for an adjournment to allow for discovery. I do see that the allegations in this matter are a DV as well. I don't know if that impacts the return date.
It's based on relationship. If they're a romantic relationship, Ms. Mandernack, is this actually your file?
Judge, I looked at the warrant and I believe the relationship was cohabitation. Unless I'm looking at the wrong thing.
So that means no is not your file?
Yes, that means it would go to general warrants or general trials.
Adjournment, Mr. Hadley, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
Your Honors, there's mention of a July 5th date prior. Would that be available?
Yes, at 9:30.
Excellent. Thank you.
The pretrial is adjourned to Wednesday, July the 5th at 9:30 a.m. That will be in number 2 as a live pretrial with Judge Oakley. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Judge.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Cardinal?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
That concludes this matter, sir. You're free to go.
All right, have a nice day.
You too, sir. Thank you. This
I had-
is,
Sorry, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. I was going to call the bogus matter. Were you looking for something else, Mr. Hadley?
Nope, just wanted to make sure that if I didn't jump out of here to go into a breakout room, if that's the one we were getting ready to call.
Nope, I'm trying to clear up these last 11. These are 3S4219045 A and B and 3S4209883 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus Jamie Bogus. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Eden Bookva appearing on behalf of the people, P86266.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Jamie Bogus, who's appearing via Zoom. Mr. Bogus, can you turn your camera on, take yourself off mute, and please state your name for the record?
Jamie Bogus.
Thank you.
These matters are scheduled for arraignment pretrial. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we'll waive the formal reading for the arraignment. We have reached a resolution with the people. Your Honor, there's two separate cases in this. The case that is number 3S4219045 A and B. Both counts will be dismissed. And as to the connected case that is 3S4209883 A and B, we will be pleading guilty to failure to display valid license, no ops, and the improper lane will be dismissed.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Bogus, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you had the opportunity to discuss your cases this morning with Mr. Hadley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, is it your understanding and agreement that you will be tendering a plea of guilty in case 883A, no operator's license on person?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty, sir, because you are guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that on May 17, 2023, Michigan State Police found you to be operating a motor vehicle with no operator's license on your person in the city of Romulus?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bukla?
Satisfied. Thank you, Judge.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Absolutely, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to no operator's license on your person in 883A, 883B, and 045A and B are dismissed. Mr. Hadley, is there anything you'd like to say before fines and costs are assessed in this matter?
Your Honor, just very briefly that Mr. Bogus has taken all the necessary steps to obtain a valid driver's license to ensure this won't be happening again. Otherwise, leave it to the court's discretion.
Thank you. Sir, the court will impose the following. There will be a $100 fine. There's $100 in cost. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $345. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, it does not appear that there is a member of the court's collection staff on Zoom this morning. So what I will ask you to do is either call the court, speak to the collection department, you come in person to set a payment plan, or you can go onto the court's website. There's a contact us. You do a drop down and you can submit a request for a payment plan that way. You have some other outstanding matters with the court where you owe $960. You may roll all of these into a single payment plan, okay?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, sir. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Judge.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. That concludes this matter for you this morning. Have a good day. Remember to contact the court's collection department.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fulmer, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you today?
I'm super. How are you? Uh-oh.
Thank God.
You froze for a moment. Ma'am,
Your
did
Honor,
you
I
need to
see
speak
the
to either
power.
your... I'm sorry.
The breakout room, please, Judge?
You need to speak to the prosecutor?
Yes, please.
Your audio's not stable, but if you, we'll get you moved into
Oh.
his breakout room. He'll be there momentarily.
Judge.
Thank you. I was just gonna call the Perry matter. So, Mr. Hadley, that's your client. This is 3S417-3449 State of Michigan versus Jeremiah Perry.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Jeremiah Perry. Who's appearing via Zoom. Mr. Perry, state your name for the court.
Jeremiah Perry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the final pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding, Mr. Hadley?
Your Honor, we have not received the name of a complainant on, it's our understanding a complainant has not appeared. So we would be motioning to have this matter dismissed without prejudice at this time.
Mr. Bukla?
I think that means we win, Your Honor. He disappeared.
You want me to pull him up, Judge?
Yes, please. I'm sorry, Mr. Bukla, this was the Jeremiah Perry matter. It was scheduled at 9:15. It's now 10:45 by this court's clock. Mr. Hadley made the motion to dismiss based on the complainant's failure to appear.
Yes, Judge. I have not spoken to it, but let me just double check to make sure that. Yes, Judge, I've not spoken to any victims. So as far as I'm concerned, they have not appeared for this final pretrial. So I understand.
Thank you. The complainant having failed to appear in this matter is hereby dismissed on motion for the defendant. Mr. Perry, you're free to go. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Now we can get Mr. Bukla and Ms. Fulmer into a breakout room. Mr. Hadley, I'm stepping off very briefly, so if there's anything you need to go do, I'll be back.
Mr. Bukba, there are several people in your waiting room also. I don't know if you saw that or not.
I just saw. I'll make sure to take care of all that right now.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Will I receive a link to the breakout room?
Ms. Fulmer, were you wanting to speak to your client?
No, I just need to speak with the prosecutor.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Listaria Hill. Lasharia Hill, what are you here for?
My husband has a court date. He's just waiting to speak to the prosecutor.
Thank you. Is that Mr. Darnell Hill?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure. I'm at work. He's at home, so just kind of waiting.
He might have needed your help at home trying to get on Zoom.
Yeah, it's okay. We're both on right now. So
Yeah,
hopefully we can speak to the
I worked it
prosecutor.
out with them. We figured it out.
Yeah, I think I heard you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It has been quite the morning, sir.
People are very needy today.
Who wants what now?
I just had a guy here that demanded to see the Wayne County prosecutor. I said, what do you want to see him for? He said, well, I got these ticket issues. I said, well, who? Unless it's the state police, they can't help. So it was a hearing ticket. I said, go down to the property.
The wedding's here and ready?
No. Prosecutor wants to know if he can have the tickets because he says he's dealing with people with tickets and that's only one.
I never wanted, it's a file. They don't make individual files anymore. It's a whole file
Oh,
of tickets. No, he can have them. I meant to give them to him.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. When the wedding gets here, I'll come in.
Thank you. This is 230395 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Shanika Johnson. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Patricia Andernack for the people, P84088.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Ms. Shanika Johnson, is appearing via Zoom. Ms. Johnson, please state your name for the court.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, for a point of business, we would like to ask for a brief adjournment to permit us to collect some discovery in this matter.
What's brief, sir?
Your Honor, I know that this one will need to track with a Tuesday. Previously, we picked the July 11th date. I'm actually unavailable on that date. I'll take care of that separately. Could we do July 18th?
Judge, the next DV docket is July 25th with Judge Oakley.
That would be great.
July 25th at what time, Mary Ann? I'm sorry.
At 9 o'clock.
9 a.m. That would be live in courtroom number 2 with Judge Oakley. Mr. Hadley, there was a related matter. Ms. Johnson submitted to the court by email a request to return to the premises. When the arraignment occurred, this court, on information from the officer present, put a do not return without police escort on the file. Ms. Johnson's email indicates that she has nowhere else to go. The court did inquire during the arraignment. After the arraignment on June the 6th, it came to this court's attention that there is currently a summary proceeding between these parties. That being the case, Mr. Hadley.
Your Honor, we would be humbly making a motion to this court for an order allowing Ms. Johnson to return back to the property with police standby. Between the summary proceedings and the large amount of property that she had, she's got a considerable amount of stuff that she still needs to go back and get. We would just ask that this court allow Ms. Johnson to return again with police escort.
Your Honor,
oh,
I'm sorry.
I was going to ask you, did you have any greater insight?
Yes, Judge. I have not had a chance to speak with complaining witness personally, but our victim advocate did speak with complaining witness in this case. Complaining witness indicated that defendant came to his house after she was released from jail in violation of the no contact order. Complaining witness indicated that defendant broke into the home while complaining witness was gone and got some of her, at least some of her stuff. And that complaining witness is continuing, or I'm sorry, and the defendant is continuing to contact complaining witness about getting her things, even though she had allegedly already been inside. I have not had a chance to look into the summary proceedings in this case, Your Honor, and I have not had a chance to speak with complaining witness personally in the interest of full disclosure to the court. So I am not sure if there were any threats made or any aggressive behavior. I'm not sure if she, damaged the home breaking in or had a key. I just haven't had a chance to gather those facts yet.
Your Honor, I have had a chance to speak with Ms. Johnson as to those allegations that there was a breaking. She adamantly denies as such and says that she's only been back to the property on a single occasion since being arraigned, and that was in the presence of law enforcement. Additionally, Your Honor, there's one last point. I guess it's kind of tied into this property issue. Ms. Johnson, upon information and belief, is stating that the complainant has taken possession of a necklace and watch of hers. As there's a no contact order in place, we would ask that the people reach out and see if this in fact is property that can be returned, or if Ms. Johnson will need to file a report for missing property. And that's all we have at this time, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Josh, you said it was a necklace and a watch?
That's correct. Ms. Johnson, is there any more descriptors that would be necessary for the complainant to know what watch and necklace you're speaking about?
I have pictures and videos of me wearing the property. I have pictures and videos of the property.
No, I mean more so, can you describe it? Was it like a Nokia watch or a gold necklace or anything that would be a
The
descriptor?
Rolex watch with diamonds in it. It's a silver chain with my nickname on it, with diamonds in it as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Josh.
Thank you. Mr. Hadley, the email that was received from Ms. Johnson indicates that she had nowhere else to go. Has she since addressed that housing issue?
Your Honor, we actually didn't broach that subject yet. Ms. Johnson, did you hear the judge's question?
Yes, I did. Kind of like house to house at the salon. That's pretty much it.
That's what makes this a little complicated, Mr. Hadley, because there is a termination. This court doesn't know any of the facts about this case, and I don't know if these two things are connected at all. I know the police department are hesitant to do serial standbys, but Ms. Johnson does have the ability, if she's able to coordinate, to retrieve possessions. And then the issue should probably be addressed again at the summary proceeding, which is next Wednesday with Judge Green. I cannot remember the time. And Ms. Johnson, if you have an alternate address that should be used for notices for you, please provide that information to the court, and please be in contact with the court civil department regarding the summary proceeding so that you don't miss that hearing. It will be by Zoom, and you will want an opportunity to appear and be heard, okay?
Okay, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I know the officer.
Your audio cut out. All I heard was you say, if I.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
If I'm able to go back and get something, the officers report that they can say about 20. But like I stated before.
Your audio's not consistent, so you're cutting in and out.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. What about now?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, so the officers before told me that I'm only able to get, they're only able to stay there about 20 minutes. But like I stated before, I actually was living there. So like all of my clothes are there, shoes, all of my personal belongings. I have furniture there. I have going to buy underwear. I just want to be able to get my clothes and things.
Ms. Johnson, I heard part of what you were saying, and your audio is not consistent. So that's something that needs to be addressed before your next hearing date. This court cannot order the police department to do anything different than what their standard procedures are. And I understand you were living at the address. And my memory from the arraignment was that you were there and he was visiting from time to time. That's not something we're going to get into on the record. Other than, I don't know how to address your access to the property, given the summary proceedings and given that he is not here. And Ms. Mandernack indicates she's had no direct contact with him to address that issue. So if the police are allowing you to do another civil standby, you have to do that. And before you go, it just is a matter of determining what is most important at this time. And again, it's something, the possessions and access to the property might be something that you address next week as well. So it sounds like it will probably be an ongoing thing because you will need an extended time to remove whatever you need to remove from the home.
Okay, I understand that, but if you get clothes, like, I just need clothes. Like, I don't have clothes to put on.
I understand that. And that's why I'm saying be back in contact with the police department because like I said, you're cutting out. And I thought you said you could only get 20 pieces. So I couldn't hear what you were saying.
The police officers told me that they will only be able to stay there 20 minutes. So I just grabbed like a few important things. I didn't know I was only able to go there once until I looked back at my paperwork. I thought I would be able to go there as long as the police were there.
That's why I said, I don't know what the police procedures are in terms of civil standbys, but I know that it ties up the officers. So if you are able to arrange something, great. I don't know if there's an alternate way for you to have longer than 20 minutes. That's a conversation you have to have with the police. Mr. Hadley, do you have any greater insight on that issue?
No, Your Honor, other than, I mean, if there's pending summary proceedings, which I do see are up next Wednesday at 11 a.m. on Zoom, I would have to think that with your court's order today, what you stated on the record, that should allow Ms. Johnson, again, a 20-minute, 30-minute standby, whatever the police are able to do. She will be able to hopefully then retrieve clothing and her most immediate personal items. Then perhaps because there is the summary proceeding next week as it relates to household items, I think that you're going to get a lot further with the police in the way of allowing couches, furniture, those types of things to be removed if they're not concerned about that pending eviction.
The thought is with the summary proceeding, the conversation is different. If there is a termination of tenancy, part of the negotiation or conversation would include maybe removal of property with a agreed upon third person or something. I'm trying to think of how to address that summary proceeding with any of the restrictions in this case. So that case would have to reference this case to make sure that there is not a violation of the bond. And Ms. Mandernack, having heard this conversation, her conversation with Mr. McClendon might be a little different than just these two pieces of jewelry.
Very understood, Your Honor. And Ms. Johnson,
if that makes sense.
It does. And we've basically been able to navigate similar cases in a very similar fashion in the past. So I would hope that that's what we can do in this one as well. I think it's a good solution. So Ms. Johnson, do you understand what the judge is saying, that next week at the eviction proceeding, you can make a discussion with Judge Green about retrieving some of these other properties?
Yeah, I don't even care. Right at this moment, I just like to hear me.
No, you're breaking
Ma'am, your
up,
audio is cutting in and out.
Oh God. What about now?
Yes.
Yeah, right now, I'll worry about the jury later. I just need clothes so I can just work every day, like clothes and my personal belongings, underwear, washcloth, stuff like that.
Understood. Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. I think that the updated register of actions from today should indicate what this court said. Ms. Johnson, you should be able to take that to the Romulus Police Department to get this one more trip to remove the items like clothing and washcloths. So we thank the court for this opportunity to address these other issues.
Thank you.
And we have nothing further.
Ms. Johnson, good luck to you. Have a good day, okay?
You too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Are we ready with the Salters matter 220307 and 220308? The state of Michigan versus Salters?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, your appearance, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Bookford appearing on behalf of the people, P86266.
Good morning, Your Honor. Allison Palmer, P60236, appearing on behalf of Sade Salters. Please state your name for the record, Ms. Salters.
Sade Salters.
And take your cap off. I understand that you're not physically in the courthouse, but thank you. No, you're fine. You're fine. And Ms. Fulmer, my apologies for stepping on your appearance. I forget about this delay sometime.
Not a problem, Your Honor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, absolutely. How are we proceeding this morning?
Respectfully, Your Honor, I'm asking for the court to absorb the cost of an independent medical exam for my client, Ms. Salters. There was a competency evaluation by the Forensic Center, of course. It indicated that she is competent to stand trial. That's not been my encounter with my client, Your Honor, that she is competent. From dealing with her for the last year. This case has been going on for a very long time. But at this point, we need an independent. I'm asking if I can propose an order for the court to, as my client is indigent, the center for assessment. She just needs to have it paid for a company evaluation, Your Honor.
Ms. Fulmer, if you will give me one moment, don't leave. I'm going to step off and talk to the Chief Judge. This has come up before, but it's been a while. Give me one moment.
Sure, no problem. Thank you so much, Judge.
Hey, Madam Clerk, while the judge, I just have one question.
Yes, sure.
I spoke to Mr. Darnell Hill in a breakout room. I know he waived MIDC, but after talking to him for a little bit, he decided he would actually like an attorney, which I think is a good idea in this case. So I'm just letting you know now. I don't know how we would do that, but he would like representation in this case.
Okay, Josh, I'll put him in your room for you, or you can do it, whatever you want to do.
Sounds good.
Thanks. And Josh, then we can talk about his case, you and I, afterwards. I think we can work something out anyway.
This was Mr. Hill?
Yes, Mr. Darnell Hill.
I see it. Very good.
Josh, I'll send you a discovery packet right now.
Okay.
Turn the heater on over here. You gotta cut it on back.
Mute your phones. Please mute your phones. Thank you.
Mr. Hill, you need to accept the invitation to the breakout room. Do you see a button on your screen asking you to join a meeting room? There we go.
Thank you for your patience. The court had the opportunity to speak to Judge Oakley, the Chief Judge of 34th District Court, and this court does not absorb the cost of independent psychiatric exams for competency or criminal responsibility. That being the case, Ms. Fulmer, how do you propose we proceed in this matter?
Well, Your Honor, I'm going to have to reassess and try to get the funding. I need an adjournment, Judge. We have to have another opinion on this. And unfortunately, I don't know where we're going to get the money from. So.
Ms. Fulmer, how long would it take, or how long are you requesting to be able to reevaluate and return here for an adjourned PCC?
30 days, Your Honor.
30 days puts us on 1, 2, 3, 4, July the 12th, and that would be with Judge Green.
At 9:30, Judge.
That will be on Zoom with Judge Green on July the 12th at 9:30 a.m. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much.
Anything else, Ms. Fulmer? Thank you, very welcome.
Thank you.
Ms.
Have a
Salters,
good
good
day.
luck to you. Have a good day.
You guys.
Judge, briefly before we call another case, I would just like to let the court know, I spoke very briefly to Mr. Clark, who has a pretrial for today, and after speaking to him briefly, he decided he would like an attorney to represent him. I know he initially waived MIDC, but he is now saying he would like an attorney, so I'm just letting the court know that now.
Thank you. Let's get Mr. Clark in with Mr. Hadley and relabeled, and after they speak, we'll get it called back out. Are you done with your pre-hearings, Mr. Bukva?
Well, I had a question for you, Your Honor. I've dealt with a couple of them. Do you like to go on the record with those, or does me writing on the ticket suffice and then I can let the gentleman go?
It's your case. I'm just along for the ride, so however you want to do it.
Understood. Cool. So I think then we're good. So gentleman for Enterprise and gentleman for Environmental was Mr. Bishop. I think you guys are good to go. We've worked out deals. I've written on the ticket what's good. So I'm sure you should just follow up with the court downstairs with how to pay those fines. So I think you guys are good to go.
There was an agreement as to fines and costs.
The agreement as to, yeah, for the tickets, like we just reduced the amount that they would pay for their tickets.
And it's 5 days to pay in this courthouse unless you arrange differently through the court's collection department. Understood?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Environmental Wood Solutions. Yes, we understand. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
And thank you, Judge, for your patience as I try to fill in the big shoes of Ms. Yafufi.
Please tell me that this is just as nice and productive as you have been. Please tell me this is just a one-time thing.
This is I'm doing my best. I'm along for the ride. It's your courtroom, Judge. I'm just along for the ride.
No, I just don't want another prosecutor. I think we get into these rhythms and then people get reassigned and moved around and.
I understand what you're saying now. No, I believe Ms. Yafufi is yours for the long run. She's just lucky and on vacation, so.
Oh, lucky her. Okay.
That's all we're doing.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Yep.
Judge, I'm gonna sign off.
No.
So I get to stick along for the ride too.
Thank you, Heather. Have a good afternoon.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, where?
Oh, wait. Did the prosecutor sign off or did he just go in his?
No, he went into
Yeah, I'll
his
need
meeting.
those
I
tickets
think
back.
he's waiting.
I see him. Yeah.
I
He
think
went
he
off
wants to
so
talk to me
abruptly. I
about-
was like,
I'll be right back on this one, Your Honor. I think this is, do we have anything else after Mr. Hill?
our wedding went away. Super
Aw.
bummed about that.
These are always fun. All right, let me, okay, here he is.
Oh yeah, somebody else just, Tristan Clark.
Mary Ann, I had a quick question for you about Darnell Hill.
Sure.
I see on the register of action, it indicates that defendant emailed over medical records placed in file. Is there,
Yes.
do you know, is there any way I could get a copy of those?
Yeah, let me, I'll forward it to you right now.
Thank you. I much appreciated.
We really have exams starting in 10 minutes.
Yeah. Hey, Josh, there should be several attachments to that one email. If you didn't get, I think there's probably like 6 of them. If you didn't get them, let me know.
I've got, looks like a 3-page, one PDF attached, 3 pages long.
Okay,
Yep.
let me, I'll send you the rest.
Thank you. And Your Honor, I think we'll be ready to go on Hill. I just need to get an audience with the APA.
You do need to get an audience with him?
Yes, I do, briefly.
Okay. I'm going out into the front hallway, but I can hear you when you're ready.
We'll wait patiently.
No, don't wait for me. When you talk to Mr. Buffa, Marianne will
Get
let me
moving.
know and I'll just come right back.
Thank you. I get everything, Mary Ann. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what I thought this is.
Mr. Raven,
Yes.
hi, what are you here for?
It was for work.
Oh, you were scheduled at 8:30.
Yes, I'm sorry. And I had a probation hearing this morning as well and warned.
Did you want to speak with the in-house attorney?
Yes.
Okay. I will put you in his waiting room.
Were you calling me?
No, ma'am.
Mary Ann, in case you didn't know,
Yes.
Brooks, Garcia, and Rapp are awful. And that's all I'll say about that.
I've known that, yes.
There it is.
Did you all have the opportunity to speak about Mr. Hill?
No, I've not spoken to,
That's my apologies, Your Honor. I was in a
That's
break.
okay. Jumping back in there right now.
All right, let's do it.
23BL00277A, B, C, and 23BL00278, A, B, and C. These are all state of Michigan versus Jarrell Sewell, Seuell. These were all scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 11:32 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, bench warrant shall issue in these matters, 5,000, 10%.
These new ones come from.
Two one zero one zero nine SM, State of Michigan versus John Raven. This matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 8:30. It's now 11:34 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, show cause shall issue in this matter. Oh. Nope, that's not completely accurate. The matter was scheduled for review of the bond, given the previous failures to appear. Judgment will be entered against the surety. Oops, sorry. 23RP00928ST. This is State of Michigan versus Andre Thomas. The matter was scheduled for pretrial at 8:45. It's now 11:38 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear in this matter. Show cause, show issue. These are 20VB01979C, OS 3762676B, 20VB01979, excuse me, A, and 20VB01979B. These are all State of Michigan versus John Marcus Williams. The matters were scheduled for 8:45 a.m. It's now 11:39 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear in these matters, show cause, show issue.
We're ready on Hill.
Thank you, sir.
If I can get him in here.
Josh, did you call my name?
Nope, we're good.
Okay, sorry, I thought that.
Oh, I just saw we've got two more in the, okay, I see him there.
This is 230259SD. This is State of Michigan versus Darnell Hill. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Bookva appearing on behalf of the people, P6266.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Adley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Darnell Hill, who's appearing via Zoom. Mr. Hill, please state your name.
My name is Darnell D. Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Today is the day and time set for the show cause arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we'll waive the formal reading of the arraignment as we've reached a resolution in this matter. In light of the medical documentation that's been presented, the current charge of OWI will be dismissed in exchange for a plea of responsible to the civil infraction of careless driving under MCL 257.626 little b.
That is correct, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Hill, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir?
Yeah.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Hill, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Hadley about this case. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your understanding that you will be tendering a plea of responsible to the added count of careless driving.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have an opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible to the careless driving?
No, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on April the 2nd, 2022, Michigan State Police found you to be operating a motor vehicle in a careless manner, and that occurred in the city of Romulus, County of Wayne, State of Michigan?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hadley, do you need to inquire further of your client?
No, Your Honor, the elements have been satisfied in defense's opinion.
Satisfied, Mr. Bukva?
The people are satisfied. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Hill, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the added count of careless driving and will dismiss the original charge in this matter. Mr. Hadley, any comment before fines and costs are assessed?
No, Your Honor, we leave this to the court's discretion.
Thank you. Mr. Hill, the court will impose fines and costs totaling $200, sir. Do you need more than, I'm sorry, $245. There was a FAC of $45. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No, ma'am.
$245, 5 days to pay. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Bukva?
Nothing from the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hill, that concludes this matter, sir. You're free to go.
I need to go to the court and pay that?
You can come to the court and pay it, or you can pay it online, sir.
Okay, well, we'll pay it online.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
There was one more. Have you spoken to the clerk in the Clark matter?
Are you asking me or Mr. Hadley?
Nope, I was asking Mr. Hadley. He left and Mr. Clark is here.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Clark, have you spoken to Mr. Hadley?
I spoke to the gentleman that's on the Zoom call right here. I forget his name.
That's not Mr. Hadley. That's the prosecutor. Mr. Hadley, I think, is in his breakout room. Mary Ann's going to send you an invitation to go there with him.
I was just sent to the breakout room, ma'am. Nobody has contacted me or said anything. I literally just called.
He was Mr. Clark, I'm interrupting you because Mr. Hadley, the MIDC attorney, was here with me, and he's been here all morning. He's in there with somebody who was scheduled at 8:30. So we'll get back to you.
So I can leave?
No, don't leave.
Oh, okay.
We'll still hear your case this morning. It's just a matter of waiting for the attorney, the court-appointed attorney, to be available.
Okay.
Thank you. This is 3S 4187373ST. The State of Michigan versus Common Thomas. The matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9 o'clock. It's now 11:46 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, matter will be set for show cause. If you're finished with those pre-hearing files, if you will send that orange file back inside for me, please, sir.
Of course, Your Honor, I'll send that in. Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely. No worries. Thank you. Did you need to speak to the prosecutor about Raven, or were you ready?
I'm looking at his register of actions, and he seems to think that this was a final pretrial conference. Can anybody confirm or deny that?
it was the arraignment pretrial. I didn't know that he was here, and I actually called the matter. I'm showing it as arraignment pretrial.
And I do see he's appeared back in March. Failed to appear. All right, let's just set up.
He
for a
appeared
final.
in May. I see that he
May.
appeared in May, on May 31st with Judge Green.
I think we're just gonna be
And
asking.
it was set for,
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
it was set for pretrial then, Mr. Hadley. I'm sorry.
No, I see it on the ROA now. So we're just gonna, there he is. Okay, we're ready to go on Raven then, Your Honor.
Hello. Hello.
Good morning. This is 210109 SM. This is State of Michigan versus John Raven. Your appearances, please.
John Raven.
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Bookfoot appearing on behalf of the people, P 86266.
Morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. John Raven, who already put his appearance on the record. Your Honor, after reviewing the Register of Actions, we appreciate the court's clarification that this is a pretrial today. What we are asking is the matter be set for a final pretrial for the complainant to appear. We do note that this was a 21 case with a 2020 offense date.
The final pretrial date will be Mary Ann?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I need a final pretrial date for Mr. Raven.
I'm sorry, I was, next, this 21st at 10:30.
Thank you. Mr. Raven, your case will be scheduled for final pretrial next Wednesday, June the 21st at 11:30 a.m. back on Zoom, back with me, with the complainant to appear. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Judge.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Bless you. I'll see you next week, Mr. Raven. Have a good afternoon.
You're the same, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have you spoken to Mr. Clark yet, Mr. Hadley?
No, I have not. Last one here, I believe. I'll be right
Thank
back.
you. He is. Thank you, sir. So then, Mary Ann, the question is, are we going on the exams or will there be?
Judge, that's why I've been on and off the phone right now. The 11:30 Macomb, I'm trying to get a hold of Macomb to see where he is. I don't know if he's coming or not, and his attorney is on his way here. Give me 1 second, I need to make a phone call.
Thank you. I'll leave you alone. 23BL00497 AB and 23BL00460 A and B. These are State of Romulus, State of Michigan versus Anthony Barnes Jr. These matters were scheduled at 10:15. It's now 11:53 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the matters will be set for show cause. The civil infractions will be deemed defaulted.
We are set to go.
Thank you. This is, let's get Mr. Clark out.
There we go.
This is 230390 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Tristan Clark. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Adam Bookva appearing on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Adley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Tristan Clark. Mr. Clark, please state your name for the court.
My name is Tristan Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the people have put forth the plea offer, but at this time, I think we would like to still go ahead and set the matter for a final pretrial conference with the complainant to appear.
That date will be
June 21st at 10:45.
final pretrial will be next Wednesday, July 21st at 10:45 a.m. That's back on Zoom, back with me in courtroom number 1. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Judge.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I'll see you next Wednesday. Have a good day, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Excuse me. Yes, ma'am.
No worries. Thank you.
Okay.
And Mr. Hadley, thank you for your assistance this morning. I think that concludes your docket for the day.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good to see everyone. Have a nice rest of your day.
You're free to go, Mr. Clark, or do you need help getting out?
I'm trying to leave right now, ma'am.
Nope, I'll put you out. Don't worry.
Okay. 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 Thank you for your.
Oops.
Judge, I believe, is that everything on Zoom for me? May I log off?
That's it. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
So, I think it's my fault that I didn't get the proper paperwork.
Do we have any space next Wednesday? If he's in custody because of us, you want to look?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and I think I messed up on something, but we'll talk about it later.
So the attorney is.
That's the story in the street, yeah.
Do you want me to bring who I have in when the attorney gets here?
Who do you have?
I have 2 police officers. Person from the arts is coming.
The 11:30 is not going.
What's that?
The 11:30 is not going.
Unless we do that 11 next week.
Do we have space?
I'm gonna go up.
So what should I?
Watch that step.
Just tell these guys to go.
Mm-mm. We like to do a little song, a little dance, a little sunshine.
So just have them hang loose until the other
They-
attorney gets in.
It's up to them. Oh, wait. What? I'm sorry. They can come in because it will be rescheduled. It's just a question of when, and we're working on that right now.
You want to wait for the other attorney or something?
You,
He isn't here.
right, the 11:30 is not here. It's 12 o'clock ready to go.
No,
Okay, I should have asked it that way.
no.
Jeez. Okay, it is what it is. It is what it is. So when Martin gets here, we'll just put it on the record because,
Okay.
okay,
Okay, I'm gonna go do.
thank you.
So should I keep the witness?
From Menards?
Yeah,
No. Does he want to go? I don't know how soon Mr. Martin's gonna be here.
yeah. What about the police officers?
It's-
Just tell them to hang loose.
We're adjourning it to next Wednesday. If they want to hear me say that, that's fine.
Oh, okay. Now I
I'm sorry.
understand what
No,
you
we
want.
just got to that point just now. So
Okay.
that's what we're going to do. Mr. Martin was on his way a half an hour ago, so I'm not sure how soon
Is
he'll
that
be
Carrie?
here. Yes.
Next question. Next Wednesday, is there a time?
11.
Okay. Yeah, I know, sorry.
Well, that's the issue is that I don't know if there will be a motion or a conversation. And that's the only reason why I would say not to release them as of yet. I just want to be sure. Yep. But tell them as soon as the attorney walks in, you can bring them right in. They don't need to.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. It's 191644 ST, the state of Michigan versus Michael Stanley. The matter was scheduled at 9 a.m. for arraignment pretrial. It's now 12 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. And there. Matter will be set for show cause.
Judge, are you there?
I am.
I have on the phone, I have your 12 o'clock attorney, and she can't be here for a half an hour. Is that?
I don't know why we schedule things then. She's gonna be here at 12:30. The 11:30 attorney still is not here. So is the 12:30 attorney going to be at 1 o'clock or is he gonna come on time? That's, let's figure
You want me
this
to
out.
tell her to still head down, right?
Here's the, shoot. Yes, please, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, Mary Ann?
Yep, I'm here.
Nope, don't have, hold on one second. Nope, this was updated.
Yes.
Hold on, I'm just trying to. Yeah, Marianne, on Grodi, it's not going because she's been accepted into treatment court. Shannon didn't put a date in, so, jeez. What we need from Shannon is a date, so there's no reason for, is Ms. Grodi here?
Who is that?
The 12 o'clock,
The attorney?
the person, the defendant,
Yes,
she's here.
but her attorney is stuck in Frankfurt.
I understand that, but here's the thing. Marianne, yeah,
Yes.
I need from Shannon a date. Because if she's being accepted in a treatment court, she needs to do her plea and sentencing with Judge Green.
Oh, got it.
And there's not a date in the file. Thank
All right,
you.
give her a call.
It's Wednesday.
I know.
I looked at the doc, I said, hey, this is,
Did you say it out loud?
no, I said to myself.
I'm always shocked when it's like this. If it's ever, This morning just started off, I came out at about 8:15 and we just took forever to get started. So with people who were until 9:30 got here, I just took them because I'm not gonna make you wait when
Right.
we couldn't get a match set going, so.
I seen that screen was full of people.
And that's why when you come in here on the phone and all this
Yeah.
other,
It looked like Hollywood Square sometimes.
it did, and well, every time someone makes noise, they move, and so when I didn't see them where they had been, it makes it hard for. There has to be a, ma'am,
Excuse me, it's going to be June 27th at 9 o'clock.
so then the response to Ms. Brush is that she doesn't need to come because we're not doing the exam, we're just rescheduling it, so she's okay. If she doesn't feel a need to jump on, you know what are you with me where I'm going?
I am, yep, and, all right, let me try to get a hold of her.
And when Carrie Martin gets here, we might start exams at 11 next week to accommodate the 11:30 from today. What was I gonna tell you? Something funny happened. What funny happened?
Tonight or last night? Did they have as many people here last night as they did last year?
572,
What they had last year? Do you know?
4 something.
Oh, really? Because Tim and I were watching, it didn't seem like it was the same.
It seemed like it to us who were, I was inside doing games. Crazy. It's a crazy amount of kids. Because each of them would get a piece of paper, passport. There were 14 stations you could stop at and get a stamp.
Mhm.
You only had to get 7 to get into this drawing for a prize. And so I'm stamping, we're doing, the table I'm at, we're doing ring toss, and I was doing knock down the cans. And so every time they knock down the cans, now you have to reset this whole thing. And we started a little early. So Miss T, the juvenile librarian, I don't know what her official title is, did a fantastic job. There were 6 games set up in the community room, plus the rock wall outside. I guess the fire department, the police must have been there because I saw the truck and then I saw the kids with the police badges
Oh,
on.
they must have came after we left. What time did it last till 8?
7:30.
Oh, okay.
Well, I left at 7:30 and there were still kids outside and there were still kids up on the rock wall. So it was an insane amount of kids. And one of them, the mother came up, she said, my daughter says she knows you from next door. And I was like, yeah, said she probably was here for community day. It was a field trip. And I said,
Oh,
I said, yes, it was a field trip. I said, I remember you had a good time. So we talked. And I said to mom, I said, well, why didn't you come? You could have been a chaperone or you can come next year.
Yeah.
The first Friday in May of next year, we'll be doing it all over again. So they did a good job when they remodeled the library though.
did they? They've been in it since they remodeled it.
It's nice. It
The-
just,
The last time I was in there, I had to go drag a guy out of there who was supposed to be in court. And Judge Parrott told him he wanted copies. Judge Parrott told him, go to the library and get your copies, you get right back. Well, half hour later, he's still not back. Well, now he's mad. So he wants me to go drag this guy out of the library. So I walk in the library and the people at the counter, like their eyes get like this big. I'm telling this guy, come on, you gotta go. And he's screaming. I say, you gotta be quiet in here. And people are looking at me like,
Judge, I called her and her mailbox is full. I can't leave a message.
that's okay. You want to bring her in for me, please?
yeah,
And the prosecutor,
that's the second lady.
the second lady. I just want to release her.
Okay.
But she's not coming, right?
No, Judge.
Not,
she
I'm
was
talking to
on-
Marianne.
Yeah, she's on her way. When I spoke with her, she was on her way and we hung up and then And then I found out that she isn't needed. I called her, she didn't answer, and I can't leave a message.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good afternoon. Ms. Grodi, your case was scheduled at 12 o'clock. The court received information that your attorney was going to be delayed for a half an hour because she was in another court. You have been accepted into this court sobriety court, and your new date will be June the 27th at 9 a.m. Why are you making that face?
Because my last court date, they was told that I was not accepted. The only thing they were gonna do is waive the 30 days in jail and not accept me into the sobriety.
Ma'am, I'm looking at the court's register of actions, which is where we keep track of things. You were accepted into the program. I spoke to the probation agent on Monday, and my secretary just confirmed that we are not having an exam this afternoon. This is 230047 FD. I wanted to bring you in so that you knew that A, Ms. Brush was running late, B, that we weren't having an exam. The prosecutor might be prepared to release the officers or the witnesses who were appearing this afternoon, knowing that this 12 o'clock exam is not going to happen. You are free, of course, to wait for Ms. Brush to appear, but I wanted to get our docket cleared. Unless something's happened in the last 5 minutes.
Okay, can I add, I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry.
I was told too that they were not going to lower it to a second, that they were keeping it as a third, still gonna have a felony and.
Ms. Grodat, I'll suggest that you stop talking. But just because I don't want you to talk about the case, I'm telling you what this courtroom's been told. We are not having an exam this afternoon because you're being admitted into this court's drug treatment program. That's, again, more so that you know that we're not having a hearing, and so the prosecution can release their witnesses for the 12 o'clock case. When Ms. Brush, who is not answering the phone now, when she gets here, I'll call the matter and we'll place it on the record, but I kind of want to, if that makes sense to you, clear up this part. It doesn't make sense to you, does it?
That's okay.
It's fine.
I understand.
That's okay. He'll release the officers from Huron Township. You'll wait, and when Ms. Brush gets here, we'll have this conversation more formally. I know. We're fine. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Martin here?
He is. He just walked in a little.
Let's go. Just trying to release who we can release, if that makes sense. Mary, oh, she's coming. Good afternoon. This is 230142 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Jamal Taylor. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Dan Duquette on behalf of the people, number 86690. Hello, Judge Martin, to your staff, Neighborhood Defender Service, Harry Martin, P84592, being on behalf of Mr. Jamal Taylor. My understanding is Mr. Taylor is at the Macomb County Jail and was not brought to court.
That is correct, Mr. Martin. Mr. Taylor was not brought over. It appears that there was a paperwork issue from this court. It's not anything the prosecution or anyone else did. It is this court's error. If you are available next Wednesday at 11 a.m., the court would like to reset the exam to that day. If you want a moment to check your calendar.
Yes, one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Well, I only have 4 other exams in this courtroom next Wednesday, so I think I'll be good.
Thank you. We will put this live exam over to June the 21st, 2023 at 11 a.m. I'll send this file back to Mary Ann and we'll get the paperwork done to get Mr. Taylor over. Was there anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing further from the people, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Taylor?
Nothing today. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Have a good day, Mr.
Thanks,
Martin.
Judge.
Jeez. 12:30, huh? Thank you. Oops. Miss Taylor, thanks. Just let us know and I'll come back out. This court stands in recess. Thank you.
So that's what. I really don't, I don't approve of, but like, it's, yeah. I'll get out of approve. Yeah, you wanna say it? I agree. Oh, okay, I bet it's gonna be before the 13th. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, in the comment. Not yet, no. So, no. Okay. Yeah, what's the other? So yeah, so I'll log on to the panel. But it's also. Hold on. Let's do that. Cool, awesome, sounds good. I don't know the person. Of course, yeah, no, of course, yeah. Yeah. And it's a person, so. That would be, yeah. Okay, well, yeah, so we'll log on. Okay. Yeah. Somebody particular. Unbelievable. And my client was sitting in the car. Who not their office. He's got a lot of these guys out. It's not. Right. The next thing she goes down, and these two guys come back. We're
Right, no. Yes. Yeah, there was a rush hour. The pain was so bad. And basically we did took the pain off this part of the legs. It's stabbing in the collar. Yeah. And then put that head into her toe. No, we're not go on. All right. T is easy. Okay, all right. Thanks a lot. Yes. Yeah. All right. Now it is. I see. Well, it's no trouble. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. This is that step on something really small. Well, this is. Jim said that, 4:45. Okay. Okay, you, a little quick when you first. Oh, no. It's not gonna be an exam. It's an hour. You'll be happy if I want. Okay, we'll be here. Yeah, can we just here? Yeah, go ahead. We're ready when you are. All right. I didn't want to go through everyone there. It was, I was in the machine. And, oh yeah, we're like, yeah, I think, people are great. I was in jail. They got me. I'm just waiting for her to come in.
Oh, I got you.
Then I'll bring the judge out, and then there's still.
That makes sense. Well, I mean, it's quarter till, we could call
We could do that.
Mr. Fuller's case first.
Okay.
I would be here when this happened or allegedly happened. But I appreciate
Yeah, that's my own mind.
Maybe seated. I was hoping she was just next door. Hey, do you see Mary Ann down there by chance? Thank you. Bye. No. Are you on? This is 230047 FD. This is State of Michigan versus Angela Grodi. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Ed Bushra appearing on behalf of the people, P86266.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Thunder, service by someone fresh, P number 85828. Appearing on behalf of Angela Grodi, who is present today. Ms. Grodi, please state your name for the record.
Angela Marie Grodi.
Thank you. Ms. Brush, Mary Ann did try to call you back to let you know and to kind of wave you off so you didn't finish coming this way, that Ms. Grodi has been accepted into this court, sobriety court.
Sorry, if I could clarify, in the negotiations with the prosecution, we were hoping to get a reduction to LWI 2 with her entrance into sobriety for attached to that. However, there was not a reduction. There was not a plea offer that involved a reduction. So it's my understanding Ms. Grodi wants to proceed with the case. We're going to waive the exam today.
I started like that because I released the officers based on the sobriety court. And when I let Ms. Grodi know that we were waiting for you, there was some question about that. Okay. Whew. Ms. Grodi, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may put your hand down. Ma'am, you've had the opportunity to speak to Ms. Brush, and you understand that you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination in this matter, where the prosecution would have to show that both a crime had been committed and that you were involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, ma'am, it's your wish to waive the preliminary examination that was scheduled for this afternoon.
Yes.
And ma'am, have you been threatening in any way, promising anything to get you to execute this waiver?
No.
I have passed the file down. There's a place for you to sign and a place for Ms. Brush to sign. And there's also a place for the prosecutor to sign. Ms. Grodi, you understand that once the court signs this waiver, the next step in these proceedings that you'll be bound over as charged to the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice for arraignment on the information.
Yes.
Officer Brooks has handed the file back to me. File has been signed by all parties. Court having inquired of the defendant and finding that her waiver of the exam was freely and voluntarily given, the court will also sign indicating that the exam that was scheduled for this afternoon has in fact been waived. As indicated, Ms. Grodi, the next step in these proceedings is that you will be bound over for arraignment on the information at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. That will be on June the 28th, 2023 at 9 a.m. Your previously entered bond with any conditions will continue. Was there anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Judge.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Good luck, ma'am. Have a good afternoon. This is 230256 FY, State of Michigan versus Richard Michael Fuller.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Adam Bookcliff here on behalf of the people, P86266.
Judge Martin, good morning, good afternoon to you and your staff. Good afternoon. Michael Woodyard, IP number 64612. I'm a staff attorney with Neighborhood Defender Service. We represent Mr. Fuller. He's here in court today. Would you say good afternoon and say your name? Good afternoon. My name is Richard Michael Fuller.
Thank you. This matter was scheduled for preliminary examination at 12:30 today. Are the people ready to proceed?
We are not, Your Honor. Mr. Henry Corbin Recca was subpoenaed and instructed to appear. My victim advocate did call him a couple times over the last week to remind him of the court date. He was hesitant about appearing and he has failed to appear today, Your Honor, so the people aren't able to proceed.
Your Honor, recognizing those allegations or averments, we ask you to dismiss this case.
The defense motion to dismiss this matter is granted. This dismissal is without prejudice. Mr. Fuller, your previously entered bond will be released and refunded to you less the court's administrative fee. Was there anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Judge.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
I have nothing to call. No. Okay. Will that be mailed to Mr. Fuller's address, Judge? Do you have on file here? I'd really like to get to work if I could.
Yeah, absolutely, sir.
No problem. Thank you very much. That way they have to
Understood. Have a good one.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you. Sorry about wasting your time.
Not a waste of time at all, sir.
You all have a wonderful day.
You too. I'm like, why are we moving? It's might as well just wait. 1 o'clock will be here in a minute. Earl Washington. Have you seen Mr. Washington?
He's speaking to us at the Fed right now.
Is it really 72 degrees?
72 degrees where?
Right over your left shoulder.
It is.
Because I complained when it was 66, so I can't complain at 72.
I'm gonna go run and kick out a few files.
Well, wait. What he said, Mr. Washington's here?
He is. There's a lot of you.
What are,
What time's that one start?
1 o'clock?
He's up, he came in, he's talking.
Oh,
He had to get, he asked for the.
shush.
I kind of do that. He had to let him know.
Okay, but there's no one in here. You, okay, the second hand is sweeping.
I know.
I just sat down and got comfortable. Here he is with this nonsense.
Oh, great.
Well, it was not intentional. I was told about it. That's not gonna done one.
Hey.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
That was more than a minute. This is 220627 FY, State of Michigan versus Joshua King. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Ed Booklet appearing on behalf of the people, P 86266.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Earl Washington, Neighborhood Defender Service, P 31383, on behalf of Mr. Joshua King.
Joshua King, good morning, Your Honor.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the exam in this matter. Are the people ready to proceed?
The people are not ready to proceed, Your Honor. Complaining witness has failed to appear.
Your Honor, defense.
I'm sorry, before you make your motion, my policy typically is 15 minutes after the scheduled start time. This case having been scheduled at 1 o'clock. Sir, is it your position the prosecution does not want to wait until 1:15?
Yes, Your Honor, and I'll just make the record, and my apologies for not doing so initially. My officer in charge in this case, Detective Long, I spoke with him earlier. He attempted to serve the complaining witness in this case, Mr. Robert Johnson, multiple times with subpoena over the last month. Monsieur Fufi sent the subpoenas, I believe, the last time this court was in session. Detective Long was not successful in it, so he eventually just called multiple times, again, could not get established contact with Mr. Johnson, so he left the subpoena on the doorstep, and Mr. Johnson is subsequently not here, so I doubt he will be here in the next 15 minutes, Your Honor, so.
Your Honor, defense moves to dismiss.
Thank you. Based on the record made by the assistant prosecuting attorney and the complainant having failed to appear as directed by this court, this matter is hereby dismissed. That dismissal will be without prejudice. Is there anything else on behalf of the people?
No.
This matter is hereby dismissed. Have a good day. Good afternoon. You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
1:30. My 2 o'clock is here. But Mr. Tank is alone, so yeah. If Mr. Benning's not, if Mr. Benning was here, we would go, but we'll wait and see what happens.
I'll let you know.
Thank you.
You want one? Yeah. Because she'll take it off the record within 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm okay, I'm off there.
Okay. Okay. You too. And if you ever need anything, if you ever need that, just come to the court and we'll type it out. Okay. All right. Well, actually, you already did it, yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure. In the meantime, I'll circle back with Mr. President. And who knows, if there's somebody who wants to avail himself. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's one of the issues. So, he was arrested, they submitted for work. Submitted when it was kind of cool. And then they reissued it later. And he was brought back in prison for violation. Okay. There was an issue.
So he was on parole, and this was like.
Yeah. Yeah. Was he?
Yeah.
No, I gotta say that, he's pleasant.
Yeah.
I just get the impression, what you really dealing with here is. It's kind of like always, you know what I'm saying, and Mayberry, you know.
Just, yeah. But he was super pleasant, many times, drunks or not, but.
Yeah, but that's what I've heard that from the place.
Yeah.
When I saw it, and
He wasn't placing blame, he wasn't telling us it was his fault, he was just like, no, this happened.
the fact of the matter is, because when he starts to throw the history and stuff behind, and look at like stuff that he's not. Or. I mean, they can say that they're intentional part of the statements made, and what I think is more likely is he's trying to fill out various applications. I don't know, I would say. Voluntary application is not supposed to be a defense, but, I mean, you think that.
Or something fraudulent, maybe not a defense, but.
But, yeah, I mean, that's, I understand, maybe like, other people, but I'm not sure what familiar with the case was. No, the alcohol, really tried, how to use the right to place for us.
So funny, did you guys ever do court at our old courthouse?
Yeah.
So it was just like, it was always so chaotic, so busy, people everywhere, nowhere to stand, nowhere to sit.
It was insane.
And then you come over here, and every time I come over here, it's just like, I'm the only person in the building, there's never anybody around.
No, things are a lot more spread out. Look,
Coming back from.
you know, in a lot of ways, I look at it as a guy, really need the courthouse, right? You really have to make that, I mean, Dearborn was probably.
Yeah.
In terms of, like, or Plymouth, right? But this place clearly.
Oh, yeah, the old one was, it was great, it smelled funny, there was nowhere to stand. Like,
Yeah, there's nowhere to go.
Yeah, just before COVID, and so that kind of.
It was a madhouse, even all the way through the weekend rain, you know, I know about it.
Cause MBIC was ran through our house.
Yeah, it was crazy, it ran basically 7 days a week. But it was, and then there were only 3 days of the volume, I said, going through it. There are a few places in the state of Michigan. Like 36th District Court, Warren, and that is probably.
Yeah.
The busiest district courts I've ever seen.
You know, the mornings here are unlike anything else.
So I just get the good times.
In the morning, I'm on Zoom, and it's like a scatter shot, so I have a 4-page document, and it's like anybody at any time. Whenever it shows up, just call, so you're like scrambling, it's tickets, it's the pre-trial, it's the pieces.
I mean, the airport is made for that. In the same way, you got to completely, because you've got outside law enforcement agents, but it's, you know, the city may be the size that it is, with the airport there, it draws, in addition to the city population, on a day-by-day basis, you have tens of thousands of visitors.
Two major freeways.
Two major freeways and tens of thousands of visitors that come to the airport. I mean, I don't know how the population is.
We're about, yeah, well, Romulus, Sumter, Van Buren, Huron, and Petro Airport, so that.
It would surprise me, for example, if people that come into it on a day-by-day basis exceed the population.
Oh, it's crazy.
Of the municipality.
So we're about 25,000 residents, but we swell up to over 100,000 during the travel days. Like on major travel,
Right.
it's just.
Which means you've got a non-travel, you've got at a minimum of it, you swell to 50,000 people, which means you've got more people visiting the place than actually live there.
We laugh because it's like we get none of the tax rebates or anything from the airport because they have a Detroit zip code. So when this was built way before my time, that was one of the initiatives for Detroit Metro Airport here. And so they get all the tax money getting from the airport. We just get their hotels, their crime, their travelers. You know how many drunk people have arrested on the way to the airport?
Well, God, it's gotta be God.
It's stressful. I like do like every other adult. I get there 4 hours early and start because I'm there. Like I don't have to drive there.
And there's all kinds of problems.
Oh, like coming out of COVID, so we average a couple homicides a year, but our violent crime is very high. But coming out of COVID, we had 13 homicides in 12 months, which was unlike anything we've ever seen.
Is it dropped off?
It has. It is starting to level out, but when the government started pushing free money out, what the poorest of the poor, the addicts do is now they have a place to stay. They stay in hotels.
By drugs and guns, you go to the hotel.
So they get hotels when you can stay at a Sheraton for $100 a week because they don't have any clients because of COVID. They have to stay afloat. So they were just infiltrating our hotel. And then the drug game was coming in, the gun game was coming in. And a lot of our homicides were around that area. And we're just like, oh my God. And it wasn't random, what I call random acts of kindness. You know,
You couldn't fly, the hotels were open, right, and the money was going.
yeah.
Well, I'll stay for a week at the Sheraton.
I always can predict, or a slight prediction of our crime trends is based on the hotel prices. So when our hotel prices drop, our crime trends.
It's like, I mean, that's why.
That's crazy.
You know, it's kind of crazy now, it's different away from us, is, you know, they haven't had, they're not fine, so interesting. But, it's that little point, because it's still as violent as it was, but it's violent in different places.
Yeah.
And so here's how we broke it down, and it's kind of, just listen better. He says, here was happening. What was COVID going on? He got all the time, which was great, we got another tree. He says, but we had people that didn't have the money to support addictions, and that provided the money. And it may be either they developed addiction because they didn't have any more out, or they used drugs, or the addiction became worse or it became the same. So now the problem is, you must back the money. The addictions haven't gone anywhere. Just say it. It's really dangerous to be a dope man right now. That was kind of interesting.
Yeah, I equated to the oxy crisis where the doctors were prescribing it and then limitations came down abruptly and they couldn't do it anymore. So then the heroin crisis happened because people couldn't get oxy anymore. And so that's what happened with the free government money when people started their addictions again or their level of tolerance went up. Well, then they couldn't sustain that when the government stopped giving money. And it just cracks me up. Like I made too much to get any of the money, but I'm like, I have 4 kids now that I have to put in child care because they're kids again. But because I made too much, I'm like, but I see these poor people in these hotels. I'm just like, you're gonna die. Like you can't use heroin at that level.
Yeah.
And then the batch of fentanyl came out at the same time,
You
which
probably did.
our Narcan usage, luckily we get it free through the state because we're a poor city. We couldn't afford Narcan at that rate. But like all of our officers carry several containers.
I carry Narcan, because of what I do for them.
Yeah, I carry Narcan too, just because I see it everywhere, so I carry it all the time.
I carry Narcan. I had a client during the course of the pandemic pass out and turn purple on Zoom, and he would have died. But he did this in the parking lot of a Rite Aid in Howell, Michigan. And thank God, the pharmacist saw him turning blue, ran outside, broke the window of the car, and injected him with Narcan, and he lived.
That stuff's amazing. Like people will be dead, and then
Yeah.
you give it to them, and it's crazy.
Yeah, brings you, of course. My understanding is that these people are suffering from community real pain at all. That is being, which a lot of them are, they have something that's maybe becomes minor, but it completely negates the effect of the opiate, okay?
Oh, yeah.
So once they get hit with it, they may be alive, they're in pain.
And they wake up fighting.
Yeah.
Or people are mad because you're in their high and they wake up fighting too.
Yeah.
Which is funny. It's just a crazy world we
It
live in
is
right now.
absolutely nutty world we live.
Like you talk about our citations, like we write a ton of citations, we can't even come to court to defend them because we just don't have the staffing level.
So that's an interesting insight, you know, so I started with the defender's office, which is the organization before your right of signature, before essentially, right? And so, the law school and stuff like that, you know, one of the things that we were led to believe, right? You know, they will throw more money at indigents than folks that don't have a lot of money. Who wouldn't have any of the problems? You know, there's a lot of the problems, yeah, monetary, right? Because people don't have. They're doing something illegal, so they require some money to then pay for something to install. Was that we led the economy with the money for people specifically. It didn't stop the crime at all, it didn't increase it. But what we were told about, well, this will make it all go away, they throw more money. I saw exactly how that, I mean.
And our crime trends weren't just Romulus, we saw them all around. So the FBI database, anytime your crime trend goes higher or lower than 5% in a given year, you have to like give them an explanation. And just seeing all the people on the list, I was like, well, at least we're not alone. And then my list was COVID, free money, COVID, like, I don't know what do you want me to interview the citizens of Romulus? And that's the thing too, most of our crime is not citizens of Romulus. Like you'll see if you do a lot of Romulus cases, they're not
No,
Romulus
the people
citizens.
come outside, you know, they're at the airport or
They're
whatever.
transients who come into our city and commit the crime, and I'm like, stay home. Like, we have good citizens. Like, we are a poor community. Most of our residents are, you know, not necessarily poverty level, but not much above it.
Yeah.
But they're, you know, they're good humans. Like, they're just out there trying to make it work. And
I live at 7. In a great neighborhood, I can say this, it is in the whole precinct. And that is, I think, about 95% of times that are committed. Which totally outrageous people think about. About 95% of the time.
yeah.
I mean, there's something with that too, okay? I mean, look, the guy that runs the drug house that saves east of Woodward, you know, or 7 Mile and John Hahn.
Yeah.
Right, and the fact of the matter is, the reason he's got there is because he's drawing people from Ferndale, Sterling Heights, and Eagle Park, you know, that then frequent the drug house. And so they're non-Detroit residents make their way in because that drug house exists. You find totally hungry for people that are coming into the city. And a lot of times they don't get to go families and houses. So the way the people they have, right? Just either walking down the streets, you find a little pad down, drives out of there. You know, they stole a car around it.
And it's cheaper to buy drugs there. So like
Yes.
to play this, to pay the Ferndale or the Royal Oak or even Romulus cost of drugs is so much higher. With,
Yeah.
you know, we got 2 major freeways. They can shoot eastbound and down, pick up their drugs for a lot cheaper and come back.
You know, what's interesting about that is like when you deal with the average dope guy, with the premiums, when they want a place to sell that house, you want one place that's easily accessible for it. In other words, you want some place where they bring down the freeway, whatever it is, get off the freeway, exit, meet the guy on the corner, and get back on the freeway, so they don't have to spend a lot of time. Especially, wait for it. Close proximity to the freeway, just easy out and go on track.
That's why I don't understand why they build 7-Elevens by the highway.
Yeah.
They don't allow their employees to carry guns, and they don't allow glass. So I'm like, why would you ever put a 7-Eleven by a highway? You know what gets robbed around with 7-Eleven? Because it's right up 275, right up Little Bell, or right up 94.
Another way that crime happens might be, look at a lot of
Yes,
Yeah. So what happens is so everybody sees the guy at 8 Mile Road in Woodward standing out there, quote unquote, work for food, trying to get money. Okay, and so you have all the wonderful people that live in the near end suburbs, right? You've got Ferndale, Royal, Pleasant Ridge. Right? So they wind up on Woodward headed north, where this guy's on the side of the road. And so in order to feel good as they're headed north, you throw in $5, $2 or whatever, okay? So what happens is this guy is ostensibly there to get food, is really not there for food, he's collecting money to purchase drugs, right? So, once he gets his $50 or $100 together, his next stop is the dope house. So let's say he's out there on Friday afternoon, he collects this money, maybe 50, 100, maybe $200, right? Well, his next move is to the dope house, right? The problem is that those drugs don't last, maybe beyond midnight, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. And so what that means is the same guy, after those drugs have worn off, it's in my garage stealing my tools. Well, and so it's again, you throw money at the problem. Unfortunately, a lot of times you create more crime, right? Yeah, because you got, in other words, the need to get high tends to be at least more significant versus mine when it comes down off, right? Then if they get sober.
We're dealing with a lot of people begging, like that's New York City, they're at all our exit ramps. And of course, the council's up in arms, kind of like, listen, guys, it's not over the people. If they're not stepping in the road, if they're not impeding traffic, if they're not littering, there's nothing we can do. I can pull up and say, hey, you good? Can I help you? Do you want to go to a shelter? Do you need a ride home? Do you need a meal? Anything I can do to get you off this corner. If they tell me to kick rocks, I'm gonna say, I would love to go kick rocks. And I hope you're okay, have a good day. Like, there's nothing we can do. That's surprising.
They had a lawsuit in the city of Detroit, because when they had various events come in, like the Super Bowl.
They would move all the.
Well, no, they go put them in the back of the scout car, and then they drive them to Roseville, kick them out of the car, right? And come back, because they didn't want all the homeless that were down there. So they grabbed all these people and drove them out to the suburbs. They got sued for that. They picked me up, there I was, minding my own business downtown, drove me to downtown Dearborn, kicked me out of the car, right? And so they had a class action, the ACLU, they prevailed. That's, that's illegal, you can't do that.
So they probably won't be doing it next week.
No,
Maybe it's a cost. Yeah.
Or they'll offer incentives, like they'll probably set up a tent city somewhere, a safe place for them to go, and they'll offer some sort of incentive, like air conditioning, or at that time heat, or food, or whatever, we'll get them to all gather over there. That would be my guess, that would be what I would do if I was having a trip.
Did you know Gary Jones? Because he's a guy who passed away after American term. Yeah. So the Lions were terrible. You couldn't get the tickets away, et cetera, et cetera. We got about.
I'm counting 60.
So we had a reputation that nobody wanted to go. We got the 200 tickets together, right? And some of them had like free top or break when you got over there, et cetera. So he said the homeless, so the word got back that we done, people were not happy when they converted them to the field. It was after Thanksgiving, I think it was the first weekend, not that following weekend, the weekend after that. Yeah, so he said, these three homeless people, lives. And needless to say, once the ticket people were, especially the Ford organization, they figured out he had done this, quite displeased.
Yeah, exactly. We're already planning for the draft next year because, our hotels will be overpacked. And anytime you bring in outside travel, it just becomes a shopping mall for bad guys. Stealing catalytic converters and property crimes going through the cars, so we're like, okay, we need to get signs up saying, like, you'll be surprised how many people like their cars that have moved in. I know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All the people who are anybody will be staying in Detroit, but all the people attending it who are flying, a lot of people will stay in our hotel district. Yeah, people just leave their cars alone. Like, bad guys don't have to break windows.
Yeah, that's weird. My wife was
really small town. And they would not lock it. And I was like, oh my God. I grew up in Dearborn Heights, which isn't like crime central, but we would lock our house.
Yeah.
My mom would leave the light on so people someone's home, you know, like lock everything.
I live in Livonia and I'm certain my door's unlocked and I get up 3 or 4 times a day. Like I'll be late enough, I shut the garage. Well, I'll go check, I'm like, okay, shut the garage. I mean, you're late eventually, okay, if somebody home invaded my house right now. I have to get a good tactical, and I'm like, nobody's gonna invade my house. I don't know.
No, my, I used to come back in the summertime. It was a fun thing to come. The bad actions for us. My dream.
I mean, when you live in a place that's like my wife's, which is less than 2,000.
Yeah, I'm sorry, population 1,500.
Yeah, they're like, George is not coming in the house, his neighbors, fine.
I mean, I think about it with my mom. You know, the thing. You know, if you're a pencil, you know, in Detroit, would be concerned, you call, my mom was, well, I hope we got it. You know, I'm saying, it's sort of the deer hunting.
Oh, right.
And she's, you know, she doesn't want to wind up being a deer. So she's dependent on that. So she's, I hope we got it.
People don't complicate, like, we had an epic shootout in our downtown Valley area the other day, at least 18 shots were exchanged. We got 1 call. Like, and this isn't, like, houses are close to each
Was
other.
it was outside?
No, it was in the neighborhood behind that, but unrelated. It was actually juveniles, 15, 16-year-olds. On the streets, like, it's crazy. Well, it goes all the way back to the site, but I mean, you still gotta pay for it. People leave their car doors open.
Or it should be.
I'm sorry,
I said I followed them, Your Honor.
that they're on the wrong side. He's just trying to throw you off your game. This is 220644 FD. This is State of Michigan versus Samuel Benning. May I have your appearances, please?
Of course, Your Honor. I have multiple appearing on behalf of people, PE 6266.
And my name is Craig Tank, and I appear today on behalf of Mr. Bennett.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination. This matter is actually scheduled for 2 p.m., but this court has been made aware that the defendant was not transported by MDOC. Is that your understanding as well, Mr. Prosecutor?
Yes, from what I understand, Judge, that is correct.
Mr. Tank,
Your Honor, I think I know that we've waived the 14-day rule in this matter. And so, and I know the paperwork was submitted, so it's not the prosecutor's fault, not the court's fault, not anybody's fault. It's present here, which is an oversight by the Michigan Department of Corrections. I'd ask that we just have a new date.
would you check your calendar, sir, for July the 26th at 12:30 p.m.?
I'll be here on the 26th at 12:30.
Live exam has been adjourned to July 26, 2023 at 12:30 p.m. back here in number 1 at the 34th District Court. Mary Ann will submit the paperwork again to the Department of Corrections, and hopefully they will be able to get Mr. Benning here. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Judge, thank you.
I have nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Tank. Have a good afternoon. The 1:30?
I'm gonna go check on that right now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Okay.
Or you can send it to the department.
It just goes, yep, just goes to.
Oh, okay. That's probably the section that does the transportation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
Oh, but, because I gotta talk to him still, but, oh, I'm pretty sure. Okay, are they gonna wait? Oh, yeah, I'm sure they'll. Yeah, they got, yeah. Okay, because the judge says if it's gonna be a waiver, we'll just do the waiver real quick. Yeah. But if he's gonna hold, we'll hold. Yeah, then the attorney's not gonna talk to them. So I got the attorney.
You had, you walked up here, which is, walked, got, so they had, he put flying at. Walked said, look, I don't like doing. He's laughing and talking to his attorney. Yeah. I'm gonna. Yeah. Where'd you go? Yeah, and also one back. No. Yeah, I just. He's already inside. Okay. All the way down straight to that wall. Who we do? whatever way it goes. No. No. We'll get them, put them out. I mean, some of that only. Okay. Very good, right? Yep. Okay, I should go around. Okay. Yeah.
The 2:30 ready too? The 1:30, I'm ready. I extended the offer, I haven't heard yet. I'll make sure, I'll ask right now.
Okay, I'll wait a little bit, Chad. That's a long ride.
They moved me last month.
Yeah, because you were.
Right now.
Yeah, right now, correct. You better work with them.
No one.
Yeah, they don't. There we go. Is everybody there? They're basically headed out to parole pretty soon.
So like a certain amount of years they had to be at that level.
Yeah, or they've got it longer since they've behaved so well.
Get down, came down, they worked their way down to level one.
So she's ready to go.
Yeah, she's gonna hold action.
G7. That's right.
Second, going to third, it's like the last. Yeah. How about you, Ben? Yeah, we made it just in time.
We didn't get a comment, but we'd actually set a new date. But they got me on the way out, because you guys had pulled out. But it's-
All right. Fourth district court's now in session. The Honorable Lisa Martin Presett.
We're trying to be efficient. Here we go. This is 220644 FD. This is State of Michigan versus Samuel Benning. May I have your appearances, please?
Of course, Your Honor, Adam Books, appearing on behalf of the people, P 86266. My name is Craig Tank, and I adjourn the standing and stating my right, my number is P 5836.
State your name for me, please.
Samuel Benning.
Thank you, Mr. Benning. We caught this case prematurely. We didn't think that Mr. Benning was being transported over and had started to adjourn the matter. And just as I returned to the office, I saw the van pull up. Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination of this matter. Are the people ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe Mr. Benning was electing to waive.
Yes, I've spoken with Mr. Benning, about his right to have a preliminary examination. And after consulting with him, it's his intention, he's planning to waive that right. Have the matter not closed.
Thank you. Mr. Benning, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Tank, and you understand that you have an absolute right to have preliminary examination in this matter?
Yes.
You understand that the standard is that the people would have to show that both a crime had been committed and that probable cause exists to believe that you were involved in the commission of the crime?
Yes.
And after speaking to Mr. Tank, you wish to waive your right to have that exam?
Yes.
And you're doing so freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to waive the exam?
No.
Mr. Tank has signed the waiver form. He's passed it to you to sign.
Yes.
And once you sign it, we'll go to the prosecutor. If he has no objections, he'll sign as well.
No objection.
Thank you. And once it comes up back to the court, Mr. Benning, the next step in these proceedings is that you will be bound over as previously charged in this case. Your next appearance date will be an arraignment on the information. Thank you, sir. And that will be at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice on June the 21st at 9 a.m. Your previously entered bond with any conditions will continue. Is there anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing on behalf of the people. Thank you, Judge.
Anything?
I have nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tank. Mr. Benning, good afternoon to you. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Motion great. We'll take it from there. We'll talk to you soon. Each other.
Wait. I cannot believe this. Mr. Tank?
Yes.
Why does it look like your client has never been arraigned in this file?
Well, we've clearly been here.
No.
I mean, and to be quite frankly, even if there was a bond that was set, it wouldn't matter if it goes or not.
Understood, but for purposes of getting it downtown, no, it does not look like he's ever been arraigned. I don't know how that's possible, but we'll fix it on our end for it to go downtown. I don't know how that happened, sir.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too. How in the world? Is this the case I'm thinking of? It is the case I'm thinking of. Okay. I just want to fix it on our end so that we can. If you're not going to behave, So we have one file left, but I have 3 files. Oh, I see. This is 230226 FY, State of Michigan versus Jeremiah Mendez. May I have your appearances, please?
Of course, Your Honor. Item booklet appearing on behalf of the people, P 86266.
Good afternoon, Rebecca Chiappa, P62311, on behalf of Mr. Jeremiah Mendez, the defendant. He is present, sir. Would you state your name, please?
Jeremiah Mendez.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination in this matter. There is count 1, stolen property, receiving and concealing of a motor vehicle. Are the people ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, people are ready.
Defense ready to proceed?
Absolutely.
Any preliminary matters, Mr. Prosecutor?
Just mutual or sequestration of all witnesses, Your Honor, with the exception of my officer in charge who's in the court.
No objection.
Absolutely. Anything else, sir?
Nothing from the people.
Any preliminary matters, ma'am?
Nothing. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. You may be seated. Your first witness, sir.
Of course, Your Honor, people are called Corporal Sadler.
Corporal, may I have you step up to this podium for me, please? State your first and last name and then spell them for the record.
Corey Sadler, Corey Sadler.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you much. Please come have a seat in the black chair that's closest to me. Mary Ann is recording your testimony. If she's unable to hear you, I'll ask you to either raise your voice or pull that microphone closer, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Corporal, could you please state your name for the record one more time?
Corporal Corey Sadler,
And where are you currently employed?
Romulus Police Department,
How long have you been with Romulus PD?
about 24 and a half years.
I'm gonna direct your attention back to December 15th of 2022. Were you in the location of 10061 Diane Street?
Yes, sir.
Is that in the city of Romulus, County of Wayne?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you working in that location on that date?
Yes.
What were you doing in that area?
I was dispatched to PC or just check the area for a vehicle that had been reported stolen the day or two prior, and our dispatch had been contacted that the vehicle GPS was pinging in that general area of the apartments.
Did you have were you looking for a specific vehicle?
It was a Ford EcoSport, I believe, silver, if I remember correctly. I don't remember the exact color.
So when you arrived at that location, I'm going to direct your attention to just after 10 a.m. that morning. Did you find what you were looking for?
Yes, sir.
So please tell me how you came about that.
While driving back and forth through the parking lots, a vehicle that matched the description and color was passing me. And as the vehicle passed, I looked back and saw that the plate was the one I was given by dispatch.
Oh, okay. So, and let me ask you this, in that location of 10061 Diane Street, what is at that location? Is it?
It's apartment buildings.
Okay, apartment. Okay. So what do you do when you look over your shoulder and you see this plate matches what you were looking for?
Made eye contact with a male driver, was a lone occupant of the vehicle. As soon as he passed me, he backed into a parking spot. I stopped my vehicle, got out and walked over to him as he exited the vehicle and just started speaking with him.
Okay, that person that you saw in the driver's seat of that vehicle, do you see that person in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Could you please point to them and identify them by an article?
He's right behind you in the black hoodie.
Okay, Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge. So when you go up and you start speaking to Mr. Mendez, what do you tell him?
I just mentioned that there was some kind of issue with his license plate and asked him if he was the owner of the vehicle.
And did Mr. Mendez give you any response?
Yes, he stated that he had just purchased the vehicle, I believe 2 days prior, and he was taking it for a test drive, so to speak, to see if he liked the vehicle, and that he was supposed to meet the person over the weekend to pay him the rest of the money that he owed.
Did Mr. Mendez tell you how much money he had already paid this person?
Yes, it was a $3,500 down payment.
Okay. And did he tell you how much money he still owed this person?
Did not, no.
So what do you do when he tells you that?
confirmed that this vehicle is everything we're looking for. Mr. Mendez did not have an ID on him, so I did not have a positive ID on who he actually was. So with the information I had, he was placed into custody for possession of a stolen vehicle, and then I impounded the vehicle.
Did you ever perform any sort of lien check on the vehicle?
Yes.
Well, what were the results of that lien?
It showed that it was a reported stolen vehicle, I believe out of Bloomfield Township or one of those cities.
Did Mr. Mendez ever provide to you any title or proof of purchase?
He, at first, it had nothing with him. He gave me the name of a person named Alex. I allowed him at the station to contact his mother, who sent pictures to his phone of a agreement that a purchase, and it had a name of a person, but the address was missing the street, and it looked like something that was just typed up. There was no information other than this person sold this vehicle to him.
Okay. This person named Alex, were you ever given a last name?
There was one on the sheet. I can't remember off the top of my head what it was.
Okay. Do you know what the, did you do any, scratch that. Let me ask you this. Did you conduct any investigation into the vehicle itself?
Other than 3,500 sounded really cheap for a purchase of a vehicle, a 2019 vehicle. Looking those up, I could see that they're worth at least like 19, 20,000. So I found it kind of odd that he purchased one for that low amount of money.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. No further questions for this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a Corporal Sadler, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So on the dating question, you indicated that you signaled for the driver in the stolen vehicle to pull over, correct?
No, he pulled over and got out of the vehicle, was walking away from the vehicle, and I just stopped him as he was walking with me.
Okay.
I never
all right.
activated my overhead bin.
I see, okay, so he was stopping the vehicle and parked it
Yes.
somewhere and just got out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, he wasn't running away,
No,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay, so then you approached the driver, Mr. Mendez, at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
And you questioned him about the vehicle, correct?
Yes, yes,
Mr. Mendez was cooperative?
yes.
Okay. And he explained that he had purchased it and how much he paid and all that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he give to you at that point the documentation, the bill of sale? Or was that sent?
That was at the station. He said he needed to call his mother and he could have his
Okay.
mother send it to us over email or something.
Okay, so is that what happened?
Yes, at the station, yes.
Okay, so he contacted his mother, something was sent over. I mean, were you part of that transaction or that part of? things?
I received it from him after
You
she
received
sent
it?
it to us, yeah.
Okay, and so what did you receive?
It was just a small photo of a bill of sale that had seller with the name Alex, something out of Farmington Hills, and it sold 2019 to Mr. Mendez. That was basic information.
Okay, okay. So that is, that is something that was sent over very soon after it was requested. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Mendez indicated that he didn't have any idea that the vehicle was stolen, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to observe the interior of the vehicle?
Just an inspection before I had it towed.
Okay. Do you recall any sort of damage to the steering column?
No,
Did you notice anything that might cause you to think it had been hot wired?
no, and he had the keys.
And
He had
he
the
had the
ignition
keys? Okay, all right. So by looking at the vehicle inside and out, there was nothing that would immediately make someone suspect it was stolen, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. That's all, thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No regret, thank you.
Thank you. Corporal Sadler, thank you for your testimony. You may step down.
And the people have no further witnesses and would rest.
Thank you. Any witnesses, Ms. Tiempo?
No, Your Honor.
Argument.
Yes, Your Honor. The people will move for a bind over on count one. I understand this. There's no punch ignition. There's no indication of hot wiring in this case. It's, would obviously be the quintessential way to prove knowledge for receiving a stolen motor vehicle. Your Honor, my argument in this case hinges mostly on the fact that, as Corporal Sadler testified, the vehicle was reported stolen a day or two prior. And that in this case, Mr. Mendez told Corporal Sadler that he had paid $3,500 down payment with another $1,500 pending for a car that's estimated worth was about $19,000 to $20,000, Your Honor. I would argue that a reasonable person would know that that's not fair market value for a vehicle like this. Should have known that this vehicle was stolen, Your Honor. That would be my argument. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, respectfully, I object. There's no evidence indicating that whenever the vehicle was stolen, that Mr. Mendez had anything to do with it. He was cooperative. He provided, actually, his mother sent over a bill of sale. Mr. Mendez had every reason to believe that, he was purchasing a vehicle from another person, and he indicated the same to the officer. By looking at the vehicle, it didn't look like there was anything amiss. No damage to the steering column. Mr. Mendez had a key. So it's absolutely believable, and there's nothing to think otherwise, that Mr. Mendez thought he was purchasing the vehicle, and that's why he was in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, sir?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't hear that.
Anything else?
No, nothing.
Thank you.
Judge.
The court has had the opportunity to hear the testimony of Corporal Sadler in this matter, and will find that the people have met their burden for purposes of the preliminary exam. Will bind Mr. Mendez over on the sole count in this matter of receiving and concealing stolen property, that being a motor vehicle. Corporal Sadler's testimony that is unrebutted is that the vehicle in question was in fact stolen based on the lien search. Mr. Mendez, your next appearance date will be an arraignment on the information on June the 28th, 2023 at 9 a.m. at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. Your previously entered bond with any conditions will continue. Is there anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing from the people. Thank you, Judge.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing from defense. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Good luck to you, Mr. Mendez. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That concludes this court's docket. We stand adjourned. Thank you, sir. Thank you.